Hello, all of you vaingloriously wonderful people, and welcome to the starter screen of Astroneer. That's right, we're going to start a new game. Hello, J-Bo's coming in with the Pog Champ. Yeah, I couldn't decide what to play, and I kind of want to go scouting for a location for my new project. And I kind of want that new project to be in its own save so that the save file is pretty small. I'm gonna build a base and all of that, but the base will be kind of close to where the project takes place. So Big Boom plus Mountain, perhaps? Exactly. Not perhaps, exactly that. And I'm kind of hoping that we land kind of near a mountain. Looks like we're going to. We're going to land near 2 mountains. Perfect. 3 mountains. Perfect. I was going to keep restarting until we landed near a mountain. I've got 3 to choose from, so this is perfect. I couldn't have asked for this, a better starting location for this project. Boop. And we're in. Brand new save. Yeah, I kind of got really lucky on the first try, didn't I? That's kind of awesome. I was trying to open that. Yeah, it's survival. We are in survival mode. See, creative mode's off. Not gonna do this the easy way. This will be done manually collecting everything. What's up, Ryan? How's it going, buddy? So, the first order of business is getting up and running here. Like, that's a pretty short mountain. That's a pretty tall mountain over there. That's a pretty short mountain. I'd like to go for the tall mountain, so we may set up our actual base over there. 'Cause that's a pretty big mountain. And I kind of like the look of it. Yes, UK gang is all back together. Let me go over here and get some oxygen before I start trying to, let me go get that compound over there. I don't see any resin nearby. But we'll find some. We'll find some, I'm sure. 1 a.m. gang, right? I do need to figure out my schedule, like what I really need to dig deep into my analytics, figure out which night it is that I can bump. I think it's gonna be Saturday night and move it to a Sunday afternoon stream, or do 2 streams on Saturday and get rid of Thursday. I don't know just yet. Let's stuff compound for now. Just kind of hoping to see some resin. I bet there's resin over that way. Yeah, I'll make tethers. You're tired? Go to bed, man. Go to bed. What'll be a different story, a Sunday stream or a Saturday afternoon stream? So if I do a Saturday afternoon stream, I figure that's a good time to catch all my European friends. Oops. Boop. Couple crash sites over there. No resin where I thought there would be resin. Well, we'll go check out these crash sites. I really figured the edge of these woods would have some resin. A bit of a disappointment. Good to think. Alright, Ryan. Take care, man. See you tomorrow afternoon for dailies. Thanks for stopping by. So I got a good start in terms of the project location, but in terms of resources, it's kind of garbage. That's okay. I think I have time. You know, there's some resin there. Don't really need a rover seat just yet. Anything else in there? Is that it? Okay, that's it. That's all that's in there. What's on this one? Nothing good. Do you have anything good for me? You're partly buried. Let's fix that. I don't think there's anything good on the other side. Nope. Alright, to this other crash site that was just around the corner here. Oh, it's right there. Never mind. Let's go up that way then. Thought it was around the corner. I don't know the last time I had a couple of crashes this close together. Whoops. Oh, you know, it's something about a rift. It's more than just a rift. It's a wormhole. I love that. Just stand there and click. Well, I got some good resources out of that. Still no resin, though. What is that? Einstein-Rosen-Bridge. Where did I pick that up? Einstein-Rosen-Bridge is another name for a wormhole. That's all it is. They're the same thing. There, resin. Okay. But my backpack's pretty full, so what I'm going to do is get my tethers most of the way here, and then run... Actually, let's put those in a straighter line to where the resin is. I want to go... Okay, I see what I need to do. How am I going to pick up the tethers and this research object at the same time? I don't need to come back over here anytime soon. Yeah, point at it. Very helpful. Let's pick up a few of these tethers, then go back, grab the research. Alright, grab the research. Come with me if you want to live. Are they alive? Are the research objects alive? I don't know. So we'll go drop this at the base, and come back, get the tethers, and then we'll go out that way. That'll take us past a couple other research objects. You got some massive satellites near Glacial Base. Looks pretty much exactly like the one to start. Yeah, there's some crash revs here, there, and about. It's kind of cool. I'm sleepy tonight. I don't know why. Probably because, like, I mean, I slept last night, but I kept waking up and then going back to sleep and then waking up, going back to sleep. One of those nights. I mean, I didn't get out of bed till like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't know. I woke up, like, I went to bed at like 3:30. I woke up at 5:30, 7:30, 9:30. It's one of those nights. And then all I did today was watch The Horrible Dog, because my family all went and did something. Yes, without me. And no, I'm not upset about it, because they know I don't go do things because of coronavirus. Because I'm going to be smart and not go to big public events. Nah, it's fine that they went without me. I'm completely fine with it. It's probably some churchy related thing anyway. I don't know what they went and did. No clue. I just know my mom's like, yeah, we're gonna go with your sister and your brother-in-law tomorrow. Can you watch dog? I'm like, yeah, sure. And if those two are involved, it's always some churchy thing. I mean, I go, like, to the store now and then, but I wear my mask and just essential stuff. I don't go out for non-essential stuff. And it's not like I'm afraid. I just want to be smart. Why put myself at risk? Alright, so we need to get research going so I can get a tractor and get some power. Donald is so bad, though. Dig a big old hole here. Let's make a canister. So we can get some soil while we're doing this. You gotta get your McNuggets. I mean, if you're into bits of processed chicken, hey, knock yourself out. No judgment, man. God knows I eat crap a lot. I eat a lot of stuff that's bad for me. That's a quiet Saturday night here on the stream, isn't it? Yeah. I feel you. Oops. Okay, we're full. I don't really have, like, there's a place called Zaxby's. They're okay. I don't go to Chick-fil-A because, you know, it tastes like hate. I refuse to go to Chick-fil-A. And I kind of get upset when people I know do. Not like majorly, but it bothers me that they do. Because of Chick-fil-A's corporate policies. Lurks and another TT viewer. We're blocked. I don't know how they're back. They're both bots. Damn it. Let me, I don't want bots watching. I know it inflates the user count and all that, but I don't like it. Another TTV viewer. How do I get rid of you? Oh god, that is so loud. They got rid of their commands that tells you how to get rid of them. What about lurks? I'm gonna get rid of lurks. They're always hosting people. How do I get rid of lurks? Oh, come on. Why are you in my channel? I'm not logging anything. I'm just lurking. If you want me to leave your channel, please enter this in your chat. There we go. Don't want fake viewer accounts. There we go. That should get rid of lurks. But another TT viewer does not have a leave command. So I should take care of that one. Anyway, so I've got lots of resin now. So let's get stuff moving here. Kind of need some compound. Just creepy coffee. I need 2 compound. I knew that. I mean, I obviously didn't know that, but whatever. Should probably make a generator. Or 2. Nope. Come on, Brendan. You know how the game works. There we go. Just keep opening the wrong screens. Come on. Let's hop to it. There we go. And I've got an organic. That'll help. I'll get us started at least. Let's plug these in a slightly different way. I don't quite like it. You there. You there. And do I have any more? I don't. Don't have any more organic. Thankfully, I am in a big grassy field. Ta-da! So actually you can just do that, and that does it. Cool, and then we'll make a platform for this guy. We'll get research going, and then we'll dig down, find some laterite, get the tractor researched, and be done. Just like that. Be done with the whole game. That's all we need is the tractor. I'm not going to worry about flattening anything yet, because I'm not sure yet until I can really go check out that mountain, which direction I want to build the base in. Probably build it out that way. Glacio has a lot of ammonium, especially up on those, the glaciers of Glacio. I'd like to get to Glacio tonight and get a bunch of research bites. That's kind of my goal. I'd like to get off of here as quick as possible and get a bunch of research going. Ah, caffeine. I need it. One of my generators is running low. Alright, let's get this going. Cool. I've got... Well, you know, it helps to plug these things in, Brandon. There we go. Didn't I see a natural cave right over here? The start of one. Is there a better one that, like, goes all the way down, maybe? That's a hole I dug. 2 OP, please don't nerf you. I don't think they'll nerf Glacio. I don't think they're really interested in nerfing anything. I think they're interested in adding to some areas where the game is lacking currently. Which, you know, could have, you know, the result of rebalancing things by adding to. Yeah, I know, you're almost out of oxygen. You'll be fine. And even if you die, what's the big deal? Backpack, backpack. Quickly, backpack. No, backpack. Okay, run! Run! Oh, I have to make an oxygen filter. Oh, since I'm making that, I can just stay over here and look for the backpack. Where is the backpack? There it is. Ooh, work light. Advanced flight? Like, how so? What do you mean advanced flight? Like helicopters and stuff? Are you wanting that type of stuff put in the game? I mean, yeah, it could be to have like a vehicle you could actually fly around in that would provide oxygen, like a, just like your rovers and tractors and such do. And you know that if they did that, they could even make like different ones. Like they could make a scout class one, you know, like a buggy version of air flight. They could make, you know, the small, medium, and large, you know, like a tractor, medium rover, and, you know, large rover version of them, and they get more and more expensive. Like, you know, you could have a cargo plane or a cargo helicopter or something. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, I could get behind that idea. I'm gonna go in the cave here in a minute. But first, we need more fuel for the generators. Gotta get tractor going because I have no power and I really don't want to make power. I just really want to get this moving. So let's drop off. I'll keep a couple of resin. You know, I would like to have some items like that we could assemble. And I'll tell you, one of the things I still really want is, you know, on Desolo and Novus, that big crashed or buggered up like landing pad. I want that thing so bad. Like just an actual functional version of it. But I wouldn't mind having some things that require you to make multiple things. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's like the one in the tutorial, but the one in the tutorial is pretty much buried all the way. But up at the top of it, it has a landing pad, plus it has a couple tier 1 and tier 2, and I think even a tier 3 spot on it. And it provides oxygen, and it has power cables at its base. Have you not seen those on... I can show you one real quick. Hold on, I'll show you one. Pretty sure there's one really close to the Desolo base in that save? Question mark? I think that's my challenge save. And I think I left it on Desolo. I'm pretty sure he's still on Desolo. I could be wrong. So I think that was the final footage I got for last week's video. I am not on Desolo, but that's fine. I can go to there. Yay, it's challenge save. That we did the challenge. No, this isn't challenge save. This is my last new save where I was going to do 400 of everything, and I kind of like, I'm just not feeling that. I'm just not. I like the base. I like my base a lot, but I'm just not feeling the 400 of everything challenge. Not when I'm about to have to collect enough hydrogen to blow up a mountain. I think we'll save the 400 of everything. Oh, need fuel. Whoops, my bad. Yeah. I even looked at it too when I got on the ship, and it looked like it had enough to me, but whatever. What I don't like about this base is that storage system. It just doesn't really work. I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't really work. No, I want that to go to there. Thank you. All right, let's go. Yeah, they do an amazing job. I mean, 30 people is a decent-sized team. And Astroneer's not a big game, you know, so it's not like there's a lot for them to do. I'm pretty sure it's a save. We'll find out. Whoops. Uh-oh. I'm having all kinds of weird problems all of a sudden. Did that mess with the stream at all? My second monitor just did some weird stuff. Oh, I don't remember which of these the buggy is at. I think it's at this one. Warzone eating your hard drive. The buggy is at this one. Cool. So... I think there's one of these things nearby here. Yeah, buggy. I usually just build a buggy for... Okay, so there's the probe, but this isn't the save that I did the probe on. This is the save I did there over there. I think over this way is one of these fucked up landing pad things I'm talking about. I know Gina knows what I'm talking about. But I remember seeing one when I was looking for Apollo, and it seems like it was really close to where Apollo was. Come on, come on. Whoa, buggy, 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 buggy. No, 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 no. Oh, whoops. I hit the flip button. I don't know why I got out instead. Climb, baby. What? What? Can you? Thank you. Buggy is the most efficient vehicle. So this is the little scene that I had set up for the last video. But I'm pretty sure that somewhere right near here is one of these landing pads. Yes, Apollo 11. I love Apollo 11. I'm gonna say it was... I know it was really close. Maybe it was a different save. 35 years before your birthday. They planned it that way, you know. 35 years, this kid's gonna be born on this day in the UK. So we gotta launch that day. Moon baby. You know what I've kind of been surprised by with science? And I don't mean this like in a dirty way or anything. I'm surprised they haven't tried to recruit married couple astronauts to study fertility in space. I guess it's kind of risky though. I mean, I don't see why it would really have an impact on the offspring. I mean, unless, you know, there's something about gravity that evolution has taken into account during the insemination and early days of pregnancy. I mean, eventually there's gonna be some babies getting made in space. You know, it'd be kind of nice to know beforehand, before we send people off into space, to know what happens, you know, to know does it have any impact before we suddenly have to now, suddenly deal with it. Because it came up unexpectedly. I don't know. Surely there's an ethical way to do that. Exactly, like people start smashing on Mars. Because you know it'll happen. You know it will. I mean, our sex drive is part of evolution. I can't find this thing, and I know I saw it the other day, and this is really angering me now. Yeah, it's totally natural. Oof. Though, man, can you imagine this, the extra burden that would put on the colony to have just one, even just one unproductive member of the early colony? I mean, that's what a baby is an unproductive member. Just all the extra resources that would be required to support that extra life. I don't know. Just weird things to think about that I wonder, is there science, is there research, is there thought being put into this by any space-going organization? I don't know, man. I've seen some pregnant women do some serious heavy labor. Well, I don't know where the fuck it is. I thought it was really close to Apollo. I know I saw it when I was out looking for the Apollo. Of course, now that I know where the Apollo is, I can't find the thing I'm looking for. Also, don't know where my base is anymore. Uh-oh. I thought I was really close to it. Crap. I think it's back this way. Yeah, I think it's back this way. Sure, why not? We'll go this way. I don't really know where it is. Oops. So, I went to go look for a thing and got lost on Desolo. That's how tonight's gonna go, isn't it? Probably. Probably. But maybe we'll find the thing. There it is. There it is. There's the thing. Oof. Those things. These. I want a repaired version of this. Because look, clearly it works like a shelter. Let me get this parked where I'm not going to get murdered when I get out. Because see, look, it created some of that harder soil here. I tether off of it automatically. It has oxygen in it. It has power cables that are functional. These work. You can plug stuff into this and it will run power all throughout these platforms up here. So it's got 3 tier 3, 2 tier 1. Just platforms built in. And I want this. All they would have to do is like slap a door on it somewhere so that you could use it as an actual shelter. And fix the ramp into an actual ramp so you could walk up there. No, you cannot land on it. This is not a landing zone. But look, like it's got the landing pad built in. There's the lights and everything. But it could be a really expensive dual purpose, you know, it's gonna have to be, obviously something this huge would have to be expensive, but it could easily fit into a tier 4 box, and then when you unpack the box it would just be this round cylinder, and then when you activate it, it would do the animation of popping all this stuff up and out, you know, just like the landing pad does. Maybe even it could, well, since it's got that soil, it probably couldn't be a movable shelter. But, you know, this could be a tier 4 item that's really expensive, and I want it. I want to build a base around one of these, but I want it to be functional. But somewhere in there is an oxygenator, because I'm getting oxygen. But I dig this thing a lot. I always have. Ever since the first time I found one, I'm like, I want that. I think people have suggested it to SES. But I want one. I think it looks cool. I think it would be a cool thing to build a remote outpost based around. Because look, if you wanted to create a gas station, right? You could put your atmospheric condenser there, some storage. Yeah, there's a busted ramp, so just fix the ramp. Hustle, what's going on, man? This is just a thing that's been in the game forever. You can't move them, you can't dig them up. But they, as you can see, they provide oxygen. See, I am getting oxygen off of it. And it has some power cables that do work. These are functional. Like, let me show you. I can show you that these are functional. We will throw this battery up here, and look at that. This thing's now producing power all throughout there. So that battery will power my light. So this, it's pretty much done. They just gotta remake another model of it that we can make. It has an oxygenator, and it would have to have a door somewhere, I guess, to be able to trigger saves on it. Yeah, maybe they could put the door around back or something. I don't really know what's around back on this thing. Oh, you used to not be able to dig underneath them. You can't move them, though, I know that. Nah, you can't winch them. They do not move. So, like, look, I just dug it out, and it's still there. They do not move. People have tried to winch them. They don't budge. But it's just so cool looking. And, you know, it could make a really good tier 4 object. That when you first unpack it, it would just be just this blue and white cylinder, and then when you activate it, it would expand out. It's just, I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it. And, you know, make the landing pad a functional landing pad. You know, it would need to be something that we can actually use to land on. Let's see if we can't build a ramp up to the top of it here. Let's get a better view. See, it's got this cool, like, metal grating on it. It's just a cool thing all around. And we need it. We need it to be a thing we can have. It almost looks like it was gonna be in the game and maybe got cut or something, since there's a crashed version of one. Yeah, I mean, there's crashed versions of, or blown up versions of the regular shelter. So I don't know, anyway, it's totally off. Gecko, hello, welcome back. Good to see you again. And yes, I agree. I wish we could get the functionality to repair cool stuff in the game. Like, I wish I could repair that platform over there. You know, pick it up, do, you know, make a repair kit out of whatever resources, and then boom, have a functional, functional thing. Repair that wind turbine. You know, it would just be cool to be able to fix this stuff. No, I agree with that completely. I would love to be able to repair. And you're not alone. We're not alone in that comment. A lot of people have requested that functionality that they would love, instead of just having, because right now the only thing you can do with it is scrap most of it. I don't know if that big landing pad thing can be blown up. I haven't tried that. We should try that. In fact, let's try that. Let's make a copy of that save. Call it blow them up. And then we're going to go into blow them up, and we're going to turn it to creative mode, and we're going to try to blow it up. See if it blows up into debris or not. Big landing pads. Like a landing pad that can hold multiple shuttles or something. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of sick, actually. Alright, we're going to go into creative mode, and we're going to try to blow that thing up. Let's see if it goes boom or if it's permanent. I bet it's permanent. That's where my money is on permanent, but I could be totally wrong. Where's dynamite? Oh, it's right there. So we'll put some dynamite right there. Make sure invincibility is turned on. Yep. Yeah, they don't blow up. I didn't think so. Well, let's be 100% sure. Let's be serious about this. Put it on what looks like some key structural points here. There we go. That one explosion should set them all off. Oh dear. What I've managed to do is blow up my buggy. Or no, it's just got knocked into the ground. Yeah, okay, so those things cannot be blown up. So, yeah. So see, it's already even got the code that you can't destroy them, just like a regular shelter does. It's already there. Oh, great Zeebs. Please hear our plea and give us that really cool base. Let's turn this into a ramp down to the caves. Yeah, I mean, it could have the functionality added in. Like I said, it would need a door or some way to have that the base generates a save functionality. So it'd have to have something like that added in. This is not a very steep ramp. Let's try that again. Let's go a little steeper here off of like that. There we go. That's better. That gets us down there quicker. Yeah, it's a shelter with a landing pad and some storage, just already built in. I'm thinking how much easier that would make it be. How much easier that would make it to set up a new base on a new planet. You've got your landing pad, you've got your shelter, you've already got storage. Done. You know, you've got this multi-purpose thing that looks really, really cool, and somewhere has an oxygenator built into it. And it's not like it's even that big of a deal that the oxygenator is hidden. Because you can't remove the oxygenator on shelters that you manufacture. Only on your starting shelter can you remove the oxygenator. And it kind of comes with its own set of challenges because it doesn't produce any power. It doesn't have any power built into it. It has power cables. But you'd have to supply your own power. Oh God, don't fall down there. Like the Achieve guys at Christmas? What'd the Achieve guys at Christmas do? So I know Systemair said that they would never, oh, they just all said Achieve, yeah. I know Systemair said they would never put, like, paid content like that, you know, actual playable pieces in the game. Man, I'd pay money for that landing pad. I would. I would pay cash money to have that thing in my game. I think we skipped a cave level. Yeah, we definitely skipped a cave level. Where did that happen? Right here? Was this our first level? No? Well, yeah, it is. Okay, let's grab a spot to level off of if I can. That looks... No, that's not level. That's not level. That looks pretty good. Let's see what I can get off of that. There we go. Magic. And then fix my tether. So, it's not that they don't condone mods. It's, they gotta be careful with the EULA and everything. Because they're not in a position to support mods. You know, they just don't have the staff for it. So, I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent towards the whole modding idea, honestly. I've had a lot of games that I really enjoyed. And I enjoyed because of the fact I had a lot of mods ruined for me because an update comes out for the game and then the mods aren't compatible anymore, but you know, the game was so much better with the mods and I don't want to play it vanilla that I wind up losing interest in the game. You know, so I don't know that I really want to see Astroneer go the modding route because of that. There's some laterite over there. But I'm also a minority in the community when it comes to that concern. I'm pretty certain. I think most people would rather see mods. Plus, I just don't like having to manage mods. You know, an update comes out, you gotta wait 2 or 3 days for the volunteer in the community who fixed it before you can play your game again, you know. Like every time an update for City Skylines comes out, I can't play City Skylines for like 2 weeks. Because all my saves already always have a bunch of mods in it. You know, so it kind of sucks. And it was that way with Civ 5 as well. You know, because I had a bunch of mods for Civ 5. And every time an update came out, I always had to wait, sometimes like a month with Civ ones. Because those are big, big mods. A lot of games do rely on mods, absolutely. And there's a lot of really talented modders out there who have turned their community mods into full-time jobs, you know, like they wind up getting hired by the developer. They're like, you know, you've made such good stuff for our games, come work for us. How cool would that be? I thought I saw a research aid that needed laterite, but I could be wrong. I swear I saw one. Yeah, there it is. There. Ooh. Boop, boop, boop. People play cities mainly for mods. Empire at Worst by 14 years. Yeah. No, I'm not saying mods don't make the games better. I think they absolutely do. Because they allow people to put things in that are either popular or they would like to see. That just benefit the game overall. I don't know that I want Astroneer to get modded just because I don't want to have to wait on the modding community to fix their mods. That's all it comes down to. It's totally a selfish reason, I know. Alright, so we should be getting close to tractor numbers here. Actually, we have tractor numbers. Cool. And I can make said tractor, I do believe. Didn't I get 2 pieces of aluminum? I did. My bad. Here, let's get this researching. Because that'll be like 1,000 bytes, won't it? Yeah. 400 if you scan it, 1,000 if you put it in the research chamber. Wait, 1,400. So you get like 1,000 more bytes out of it. And in early game, that matters. I need to make storage before Gina yells at me. I don't have compound to make a teeny tiny printer, so let's go get some compound. Yeah, see, that's a big issue is, you know, because like City Skylines on PlayStation, even Windows Store version of it, and Xbox aren't as good because they don't have the mods. And there's no way to do the mods. Because the Windows Store version, Xbox version, and PlayStation don't allow that kind of access. You know, so it would really just be us here on Steam that could take advantage of mods and Astroneer. And does System Era want to spend the time developing the support for that for just a fraction of their community? Granted, probably the biggest fraction of their community, but still just a fraction. Let's go get some organic again. There's a lot of questions that really surround modding support. I know that originally they wanted to have it. So something happened that they, either a reality check that they just didn't have the staff size to support it. Something happened that made them scrap those plans. You going, get you going. And then let's get some more of those printed so I can clean this mess up. Can't be just uncivilized here and have this massive mess. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, who knows down the road? Whoa. You know, if their revenue stream really kicks up from other things that they're getting into, you know, they'll be able to expand their staff. I know right now, I don't think they're really looking to expand. I think they're just looking to maintain. At least that's the impression that I get. Which makes me sad, because I really want to work for Systemera. T-Hill, what is up, man? Whoops. So that's going to be for the tractor. So I guess I'll just throw this other stuff on here for now. I've taken a bit of programming, but I'm not a programmer. I should have gone into programming. I totally should have gone into programming. But no, like, I would like to do, like, if ever they open up a community manager role, but let's face it, Gina would get that job. But like their office, office director, I forget what they called it. I applied for that job. I would have been perfect for that job. Because it's a lot of stuff that I've done. I've done a lot of stuff. I have a lot of project management in my background of all types of different projects, from call centers to running my own company. I have a strong IT background, and excuse me, specifically with computer hardware and networking. Well, let's see you. But you know, my biggest skill is kind of like managing people. I'm really good at keeping a project in line, keeping people with their eyes on the goal, on the vision. You know, very clear set of expectations. Yeah, but telling people what to do in a not bossing people around way, and there's a fine art to that. You know, not micromanaging people, not making them feel as though, you know, somebody's just lording it over them. There's a very fine art to being able to do that. Which is why I've always been a good manager, because I've been good at that, you know, never making people feel like I was just there to watch over their shoulder. You know, my approach with people has always been, as a manager, you know, hey, clearly you're skilled because we hired you, so I'm not too worried about that. Here are the expectations we have. Here's what we need you to do. And I am going to stay out of your way so that you can do it. If you need assistance, that's what I'm here for, is to be your liaison to remove obstacles out of your way, and then stay out of your way. But then I also remind them that I will also have to do my job and hold you accountable to doing your job. Which is never a problem, because people who aren't micromanaged, for the most part, do the jobs. My business I ran was very successful. I started just me, and within 2.5 years, I had 16 people working for me, and we had annual profits, not just sales, profits of $12 million. 2.5 years, 3 years tops. What happened with that? Well, I didn't know it, but the guy who gave me the loan for starting up the business, so therefore he was my silent partner and co-owner, I was completely unaware. He was, through a bunch of his other holdings, embezzling quite a bit of money and committing quite a bit of tax fraud. And so any asset that he had to be forfeited. And technically my company was one of his assets, since he was co-owner. And I still owed him money. Through my attorney, I was able to do a good, though. Obviously, I couldn't stay involved just because I had been involved in its creation. It just didn't look right for me to stay involved. But I did tell the guy, I'm like, look, people have relocated from across the country to come work here. And now we're suddenly going to leave these people jobless. And let's not do that. Let me sell it. Let me sell it and surrender the profits to the court. And we got the judge to agree to that. So I sold it to 5 of the employees. They got a loan and they bought it, and they ran it for a few years, and then they sold it to a really big company. No, I did not get away with any money. Then again, I also didn't have any of my own money in it, so I didn't lose anything other than an income. Because I was doing really well there. No, that's why, I used to live very comfortably because of that place. I didn't take a lot of money as a salary. I could have, but I didn't. Never too late to try again? Yeah, but I don't have that startup capital. I don't know somebody else who's, willing to be like, oh, you need to get a business up and running? Sure, here's $500,000. That's what he gave me. And then when we got ready to expand, he gave me another $1.5 million. All in loans with, the understanding that as we had profits each year, he would take a small amount of those profits until the loan was paid off. At which point the company would have become mine. But I don't know anybody who has that kind of money to loan. And I don't have any assets to put up to take out that type of loan. I would love to do it again. We were in 2 different major markets that were really cool. We were in like small business, and I mean like small business, IT support. Like we did their IT for them. And every one of those projects was cool and different and unique and fun. But we were also in the high-end, like designer homes, smart home installations. And that was cool too, because I got to play with all the latest smart home technology, and then go and install it and see these massive 25,000 foot square homes that I'd be like, yeah, I can never afford this. Hey Skeleton, what's going on, man? Specimen's still too nice of a word. He made some bad choices. He was greedy, and greed got the best of him. The new project is blowing up a mountain with the upcoming new gas canister. So I want to scout out a location for it, for where we're going to do it, and then start building some basic infrastructure. Tax fraud is a very big crime. I'm not trying to say he's innocent. But I think what drives a lot of people to commit those crimes is their greed gets the best of them. It's a crime of opportunity a lot of times. Hey, Kilder. I haven't seen you in forever, man. I'm going to try not to die this time. Now that we have automation and button pushers, I can safely just push a button from a good distance and hope not to go boom. But I can't promise anything. Yeah, everything relies on money. And it's sad because he was born into money. He had money, but it wasn't enough. He wanted more. And he ruined a lot of people's lives. He ruined his wife's life because she lost everything. Like, they took all their cars, their houses, everything. They had 3 kids that, their college funds are now gone, and all of that. He ruined their lives. You know, it's hard for me to say what a prick, because he wasn't like, he did a lot of good too, and it's really like he gave generously to a lot of charities. I know of people that he knew that were struggling, that were friends of his, and he would just walk in and pay off their mortgage so they wouldn't lose their house. And it's hard to paint with that black and white brush, man. Between work, streaming, learning to edit videos for YouTube, you burn the can on both ends. You need to take care of yourself, though, Keldor. I hope you're doing that, too. I worry about you, man. Like, I check in on your streams a lot of times while I'm editing, and you look tired. You look really tired, buddy. And we need you to be around for a very long time. But yeah, I do know how it is. But anyways, enough about the sad story of why Brandon doesn't own his business anymore. Though I did have a lot of fun working there. I hired people who were really smart. And I always wanted to have a place that was a casual work environment. So we had a game room. Once we got up and running and everything, we had a game room. If people needed a day off or whatever, they just took it. You know, we didn't have like a vacation policy or anything like that. It's like, here's what you get paid. If you can't come to work one day, so don't come to work. Just let us know what projects you had going that day and we'll deal with it. And we had a lot of fun, and I kind of worked myself out of a job at the end. Literally, like the last 6 months, I didn't have anything to do because they were all so much smarter than me. They didn't want me tinkering with their projects and messing them up. So I'm like, well, what can I help with? It's like, go build that server. Go put that server together. So here I am putting motherboards in the server, like the owner of the place, putting the hardware together, like grunt work. It's like, well, we got this delivery that needs to be made if you really want something to do, boss. It's like, sure, give it here, I'll do it. It was really funny. Half the time I'd sit there with nothing to do, like, why don't you just go home? I'm like, yeah, okay, see you later. Bye. I've lost my base, guys. What am I looking for in the new update? Performance fixes and the gas canister. All I need for this update is the gas canister. Yeah, there was always key stuff that needed to be done, you know, but it wasn't. Any idea when it's coming? No. They haven't said at all, and there's been no rumors from the usual rumor mill about anything, so I don't really have an expectation. Okay, how did I lose my base? All right, let's go to the basics. Go on the North Pole. I ask how did I lose my base like it's a thing that doesn't happen all the time. How am I lost again? Because you got on the vehicle and drove, Brandon. That's how. It's pretty much guaranteed to happen. Gotta use those beacons. Yeah, well. This is more fun. Being lost. Hey, Keldor, look at my Twitter from last night. I fell into a big... Oh, bacons. Gotta use those bacons. I fell into a big hole last night. Like, early days tractor swallowing size hole, like that one time. It was pretty bad. Okay, so I remember this gateway. Unless they're all just floated in the air. Right now I'm looking for power items, believe it or not. Oh, is that the North? Oh, we're at the North Pole. Okay, never mind. I wasn't even paying attention to the stars. I think there's one right near the base, if ever I can find it again. We'll go up here and see if we can't see the base, because I'm pretty sure it only took me a few seconds to get to this from the base. But, I want to go for one that's tall, yes. I see no signs of my base from up here. These are some of the wimpiest mountains in this save, though. Look at them. It's like, this isn't a mountain, this is a hill. Where's my base? We'll go up to the top of that mountain over there, because it's a little taller. But there's one right near the base that's really tall. And I think that'll be the candidate. That way I don't have to, you know, drive halfway across the planet to deliver stuff to it. And I can just build a small base right next to it. And then run extenders for whatever we need for light and oxygen while setting it up. I would like to see a house icon. That would make me very happy right now. So my backpack's full. So hopefully after we get up here a little bit, it will see the house icon. Yep, there it is. Through those woods. And then I'll show you the mountain that I was thinking of. It might be this mountain right here, for all I know. Big boulders, not a tractor's friend. Whoops. Clearly gravity, also not a tractor's friend. We've already pillaged that. And ran right into a tree. So we've got that. It's not very tall though, and I know, whoops, I know the last explosion went taller than that. I mean, it went really, really high. So that one, eh. Though if you want to remove a mountain, maybe a shorter one would be more impressive. Yeah, look, that entire mountain is literally gone. But the one I'm thinking of, I think, is down that way. Yeah, that guy over there in the distance. As it renders in, you'll see it gets a bit taller here. At least I think. I haven't actually been over there yet. It looks like it's pretty significant, though. There's that there, but that's not very high up at all. This looks like a good spot. Like, this is a big one. I'm thinking here. I think that middle peak. I think I'm gonna try to get rid of like all of this with an explosion. So like drill in at ground level here and make a cave that just runs straight in underneath all of this. Like just leave all this up here. Just leave it alone. I would just need to, I need to find a way, because what happened last time is we weren't quite directly beneath the peak like we thought we were. So I need to figure out a way to be right beneath the peak. Hello, Wandable and Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks so much for that raid. I hope you guys had a great stream over with Wandable tonight. And for those of you who haven't checked out Wandable before, please go do it. He plays that awesome game, 1 Hour, 1 Life, a game that I am totally terrified to play. I'm never getting out of here in my... but I love watching him play it. We're currently looking at a mountain that I'm going to try to blow up in the next few weeks. Well, probably in the next month. What, does this ever go back to outside? Yeah, there we go. Cool. I don't want to do too much digging, because I want to preserve as much of the mountain as possible to blow it up. You know. We've done it once before. If you're new to the channel, I used 10,000 hydrogen canisters, all arranged on a bunch of storage, and we blew up a mountain. Come on, tractor, you can fit through there. I know it's a really short pole, but you can do that, can't you? Yeah, that's the question, is how do I find that central spot without removing too much material. And I'm not sure I have a good answer to that. Oh, come on. Seriously, just get out of here. There. So let me get back out here so we can get a good view of what we're looking at here. This mountain range has 3 nice peaks on it, and the one in the middle is the tallest. So ideally, I would want, let me get back closer to it so to render in. Ideally, what I would want is the center of our cavern to be directly beneath that. And that's kind of like, and we won't figure it out tonight, but I will eventually need to figure out, you know, straight down from that is where, without removing too much material, because I want the explosion to be what removes the material. And the reason I've been inspired to blow up another mountain is because the new large gas canisters coming out, which who knows how much each one of those is going to store. But if they're not as detrimental to performance, I should be able to technically store more total gas in the same physical area without having the same performance hit that I did last time. Because it was like a slideshow almost. It was bad. My frames dropped into the single digits when I would go where near the 10,000 were. Yeah, I just started to save an hour ago. Sorry, I had to take a big drink there. I just started to save an hour ago, and I'm like, I really hope I land close to mountains, and I landed right in between this huge mountain range. So, yeah, posture check. But yeah, I'm thinking this is perfect. It's nice and tall. It goes pretty far back, so all this material, however much material gets removed, will have a good visual impact. What I would like to see is what the other side of it looks like, though. To see if maybe that would be an even better visual impact once everything's blown up. But I'm fearful that getting over the... Yeah, see, this is a really deep mountain range. So I don't know if there is going to be, like, a field just out to the other side like there is. And, you know, I got to take that into account. Not only, you know, actually blowing it up, but being able to turn it into a decent video afterwards. Like, where is that peak at even right now? Can't really see it. It's behind this other peak here. Let's go up a little bit. I did get your posture checked. Don't worry, man. I did it. So yeah, it's over there. So we need to go more this way. This is just a huge mountain range. Uh-oh. Good thing I had the generator. Actually, it's charged. We're good. I think I can get through that way. Oof. Oof. Nope. God. Yeah, see, it's definitely going to need to be, because it doesn't, I think that's the same peak right there. And there's just nowhere over here to record it. So it's going to have to be from the side where my base is, which is good, because that means I won't have to transport materials very far. In fact, I could really just kind of cheat and build the base over there, like by the foot of the mountain. Like I just start building my base there, and just run extenders from the shelter over to the base area. That way I get the oxygen. Let's be done with it. In fact, I think that's what we'll do as we get things going tonight, is we'll just build. We'll pick a spot and we'll just build over here. But yeah, I'm not really sure how I'm going to find that center point. I'm sure I'll figure it out, but... First, we got to get back to base and unload all this stuff, and I need to go find some more power. Because power is not good right now, because it's a brand new save. Come on, can you just stay up on top of this? Yes, forever, clearly. I didn't mean permanently stay on top of it. I mean kind of ride the ridge there. There you go, tractor. All right, well done. But I think it'd be cool. It's been a while since I've taken on a really ambitious project and a really stupid project. I mean, let's think about it. It's pretty dumb blowing up a mountain, but it's fun. Yeah. Yeah, see, I could record it from right here and still be at a safe distance away. I could set up the base, like, right here at this hill. And done. Just, I mean, it's perfect. It's just absolutely perfect. I am very pleased with that mountain. And you know, honestly, I may even wind up, because I'm going to build the whole thing in survival mode. I'm not going to cheat and do it in creative mode. But I might wind up, once we actually do get around to recording time, making a copy and going into creative mode so that I can use terrain anchors so it stays nice and rendered when we blow everything up, so that you can instantly see that detail. Unless, of course, the terrain anchors get blown up too. Well, in that case, oh well. Alright, so let's get started on... We've got our location. We know where we're building. We know where we're building it. Don't yet know how those medium canister or the gas canisters work. For all we know, there may even be a large version of them. Is blowing up a mountain just for funsies, or is it that how to collect resources? It's just for fun. You can use dynamite and explosions to collect resources, absolutely. And by the way, welcome, G-Bear. Like, if I had some dynamite, I could throw it in this area and it would collect all the compound and even a little bit below, and they would just be nuggets that I could pick up. But no, blowing up a mountain is just silliness. The way the whole me blowing up mountains thing started is a long time ago. A streamer named Positive Left, which you guys saw some of her work featured in Astroneer Academy earlier. Well, I almost said this month, but it was last month now. She and some of her friends, including Double Zero, got the idea to create 1,000 diamonds, and it was this epic, huge project. And I was captivated watching it. You know, I just absolutely, just amazed by what they were doing. Hey, Chromthaus, Chrome Tea House. How do you say that? I'm butchering it badly, I know, and I'm sorry. So what we're playing, this is Astroneer. Yeah, 1 hour, 1 life, totally different game. This is a nice little space exploration game. We're very early in a new save. Very early, an hour and 20 minutes in. So right now my base is really simple. You start out with this shelter, or this landing pad, that shelter, that printer, that platform, and that oxygenator. And it's like Prometheus. It's missing an E. Okay, got it. Prometheus. Done. Or Prometheus. Could be Prometheus. But you said Prometheus. I'm saying Prometheus. But yeah, so you use the resources around you to start building tethers, exploring, looking for more resources, looking for research bites, which I'm totally neglecting. Because you have a research catalog that you can unlock different things. Like I unlocked tractors so I can get around faster than on foot. And now I want to get its corresponding trailers so they have more storage space. Eventually you can leave the planet. All of, like, that's a planet you can visit. Trying to see if there's any other in the sky right now. There's not, just the sun. But there are 5 planets and 2 moons.
I'd gladly watch a minute of that. Every
And
time.
there is a bit of a story to it. Not a lot, but a bit. And it's a great little game, and it keeps me coming back to it over and over and over and over again. I need to build a smelter. I shouldn't have researched that tractor. Or that trailer. Because I really need a smelter. Where did I put my tractor? There it is. You randomly stopped in last night? Well, cool. I'm glad to have you. And I'm glad you found it enjoyable. Totally different than what we were doing last night. Like last night we were on a pretty advanced save with a lot of really late game stuff unlocked. And here I don't have much unlocked at all. Like I said, I just started, and honestly I've spent most of that time kind of out just looking around for where I was gonna do my Mountain Goes Boom project. We're gonna have to give this one a nice official sounding name. The first time I just called it 1,000 hydrogen detonation. The second time I called it a mountain removal project. We have to come up with a good technical sounding name for it. Like it's a true massive, public works engineering problem. Yeah, I highly recommend Astroneer. Great little game. Absolutely great game. Where I'm just kind of at a standstill right now because I forgot to keep working on my research while I was doing other things. So now we get to stand around and say, so how's everybody doing? Bowsy's Boom. Like that. Internet still connected with chat, lost video. Oh man. I have problems like that with my internet every once in a while. Good old Arkansas internet, can't expect too much from it, bless its heart. So I'm just kind of keeping resources on storage. The reason being, if you just throw them on the ground, every one of those resources has to be computed by the physics engine, and calculated, and the corresponding animations drawn. Whereas if they're on this storage, now it only has to compute the physics of those 4 things instead of 32 things. And there, I was about to run out of oxygen. Oxygen is your only big thing for survival in this. You can take injuries from hostile plants. We saw some when we were over in the mountains. That was a horrible sound. And you can take fall damage. How'd she big blow up so serious? How about it? I was one of the first people who could say your name correctly? Really? J-Bo's. That one's pretty obvious to me, J-Bo's. That's kind of surprising. Oh, excuse me. I just got attacked by a yawn. Very sleepy today. Just been one of those never quite wake up kind of days, We're gonna do a thing here to get our power generation under control. Do I have any resin here? I don't think I do. Bowsy's big blow-ups. There we go. Could be. Could be. My last video, I streamed it, so a lot of people really wanted to see the outcome because people heard about this crazy man building this hydrogen bomb out of 10,000 hydrogen canisters. Why would he do that? So a lot of people stopped by the streams and chatted because I streamed the whole thing, the creation of the whole thing. And then the actual, finished video went live on YouTube. And I got really lucky. System Era caught wind of it and did their own little presser piece on it. Joe got his own thumbnail. He watched the video, captured a frame, and did his own artwork and everything and sent that out. At least chat didn't make you blow up your base. Yeah, Gina made Kilder blow up his base once. As much resin as I can carry here without falling into the hole. And Eventually I'll build a ramp down in there to get the stuff out of the bottom, but not right now. There's still enough stuff by the surface. Maybe. Maybe not. That's all compound over there. If I back up just a little bit, I can get this stuff off the side. No tether! Oh, it's so sad. Okay, well, I was avoiding digging right here because of the tether. Don't have to avoid it anymore. Cool. Yes, big hole. Gina's around. She was here. She wasn't chatting. She was lurking, but she was here. She's probably just doing other things. No, that tether's still down there. I can go pick it back up and reconnect it. Nothing really truly vanishes in this game. I mean, some stuff does. Stuff you destroy does, and resources after you consume them do, but it's not like anything's really permanently gone. Is that what I want? Large platform A? Yeah, I guess. It'll just have to do. And then we're going to make a couple of these. And we're going to give this guy some organic. Little pro tip, if you're carrying something on your backpack, you just have to click the hologram of what it is and it'll automatically go to it. And feel free to keep asking questions, by the way. I love taking the time to explain what's happening. You discovered that the other day and you were mind blown? Yeah, there's all these little things in the game that the game never really explains to you. And when you're figuring them out, you're just like, revelation. It's just like changes everything. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to get my generators and all my power items kind of located in one spot. And also get it hooked up here so that these generators can auto pull some fuel. So to do that, we put these on here, put that on here, put the organic that the generator runs off of on here, and put the generator itself on there. And then when it runs out of fuel, it will automatically grab one of those other organics. And for now, since we're not going anywhere anytime soon, we'll put this one up here as well. And then I don't have to worry about the wind turbines for now. I mainly wanted to get that problem solved with the generators being able to refuel themselves. Because this is a research chamber. These are research items. You find them throughout the world. You drop them in there, and you get bytes for them that you can then unlock stuff in the research catalog. The way items pops out reminds you of capsules from Dragon Ball, but little cubes instead. Yeah, I can see that. It's a very cute game with a really nice art style. I really dig the art style of Astroneer. I think Systemera have done a nice job with getting a nice cohesive art style. Their icons. Get some more organic for some fuel. All this stuff that looks like grass, it's just organic. And you can just use your train tool to suck it up. I'm gonna get quite a bit here. I don't want to dig too much, so I don't want to I don't like digging big holes if I don't have to. That little O2 warning just let me know that I've only got 30 seconds of oxygen remaining. But I can resolve that problem just by coming over here to the tethers, where I'm now tethered to the oxygen that comes from the base. Because oxygen flows to here, and a limited amount of power to recharge your backpack battery will flow through there as well. But that's it. You can't use it to make like a power network over long distances. J-Bo's redeemed a hydrate. I will get that in just a second. Let me get all this organic unloaded. Let me move so I can see what I'm doing. There, that'll keep those running for, well, 450-ish seconds. Because each one will run for 100 seconds. So you love how the decorators trees, rocks, and things hold resources organic. Yeah, it's kind of nice because it makes organic everywhere. Downside, you can't use the auto extractor to get organic because of it. But I guess that's an okay trade-off. All right, so I should think about a smelter and a soil centrifuge next. In fact, I can get the smelter. We are going to need to get more of that resin. So that I can make that. So what we're going to do is go ahead and... you can get organic with the train tool, yeah, and with the drills on vehicles. J-Bo's won some points. Looks like you've been winning. So where did that tether go? Where did... There it is. Okay, so see, I can't reach that right now. There's a little trick you can do. If you extend... Whoop, that's the wrong button. If you extend your train tool, suddenly you can reach things that are farther away. Why? Don't know. But it's a thing that works. And... it's kind of cool. So I can get that compound as well. So I want to build a nice little ramp down into here. So I can dig some more of that out of there. And by nice little ramp, I mean a death-inducing ramp that goes at way too steep of an angle. But it's fine. Did you continue playing Astro Return to... Wow! 8-Ball clearly biased towards Sea of Thieves. Who knew? Just want to get all the organic out of here, and then I'll cover up this, or not organic, resin. And then I'll cover up this hole so then I don't accidentally fall into it later, because it would totally be a thing I would do. I just got an oxygen warning. I thought I was on tethers. Ooh, that is way steeper than I thought it was. Get over here. There we go. Okay, so that's a terrible example of how to build a ramp. That I do mean terrible example of how you should be able to walk back up them. Oh well. It got me down here, and that was the big battle, getting down safely. It's a problem for future Brandon how we get out. Campbell 69. And I'm currently destroying most of my ramps, so let's figure out how we're gonna get out of here now. Whoops, 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 whoops. Yeah, right now I just need to get on the oxygen real quick. There we go. We'll worry about getting all the way out here in just a second. Sticky boots would be awesome. So what I'll do is just, this. Ta-da! We're out. So that crappy way to build a ramp was better than my, hey, look, here's how you build a ramp way. We got most everything out of there, so I think I'm going to go ahead and cover this hole up. Just so it's not a hazard for anybody later. Because once I get this planned out a little bit, I will open this up to allowing people to come help me with the project. Just like I did last time I built a bomb. Yeah, everything will clip in this game. Everything will clip in this game. So, not the best closure, but at least the hole is empty, even if it doesn't, or not empty, but covered, even if it doesn't really meet up properly. Rails rock! What's going on, man? You missed the other Ryan earlier. He was here briefly. See that mountain over there? We're gonna blow it up. I'm so excited about it too. Like, I kind of thought I would never do this again, but then they said they were going to make a thing that would let me blow up mountains even more efficiently. Let's turn that around, shall we? There we go. And I'm like, oh, I must have one. You had me at boom. Exactly. That's what we're making. And let's go ahead and get the better platform as well while we're at it. That's a good idea. And then after that, we need to get our soil centrifuge, which we're almost there at 750 bytes. How do I not have more resin than that? How's that all the resin I have? There's another big field of it, though. That's fine. We can go get tons and tons and tons of resin. You're chilling with your buddy? Awesome. We'll tell your buddy I said hello, and I hope he's well. That noise you hear is the tractor repeatedly charging and discharging. You're out of soda. Should you drink an adult beverage? If you are an adult age, then, you know, it's Saturday night. You're watching some dude play a video game on the internet. I'd say now's the time for drinking. If you're not of legal age, then my answer is no. No, you can't have any. Don't have any resin. I personally don't drink. I don't have like any moral issue with it. I just don't like alcohol. Okay. I don't want that, so I'm just going to carry it. All this for one piece of resin. Soon I'll have a tractor and trailers to go get more stuff. But until then, I kind of have to be very ungraceful in the way I get my stuff. You know, let's you over here. And also, we have gone through all that organic already. Holy crap. 12-year-olds these days just go vape. I must be 12 then. I vape. I have a vape. That's my vape. I like it. So we'll put this here. Watching a dude play video games on the internet is a lot beer than it used to be. You drink socially, maybe once or twice a month. Sure, it's social. We're all talking, having a nice conversation. Absolutely. Let's charge you back up. Or not, because the wind turbines aren't turning. And we're using more power than we're producing. We can tell that because there's a little bit of red in that power meter right there. If that was full yellow, it would be a nice equilibrium. Oh, got a hydrate coming in. Let's get that hydrate. Alright, cool. We've got... The reason I need this smelter is I need to smelt a lot of this laterite into aluminum so that I can make the trailers for the tractor. Which the tractor's charged. I can move it out of the way now. There we go. He just unplugs. Put that there. Throw that there. Spin the whole thing around so it's facing outward. I'm not worried about making this a pretty base at the moment because like I said, I'm probably going to move the whole base over to the foot of that mountain. So I'm not really worried about where it is. Yeah, it becomes very easy to mine in this game at a certain point. We were doing that last night on the server that I have, setting up automatic resource extraction. It is very satisfying. My bases are usually nice and organized looking. This one, usually I start like this, kind of messy and very unorganized, and then I wind up in a better state later. Okay, we need to do a thing here. We're gonna prioritize power to machinery. I thought I had a pack of extenders somewhere. Could have swore I had a pack of extenders. Oh, they are. Okay, cool. So you can prioritize power in a really cool way using extenders. Instead of having this just plugged in, grab an extender and insert it into the loop. Now, the only power that will flow through there is excess power, which we don't have any right now because the smelter is consuming everything. So see, even though that should be running, it's not. So that allows the smelter to get as much power as possible while research doesn't slow it down. And that lets you prioritize what you want without using splitters and things like that. You can just use the extenders. Smoker turned vapor or straight vape and nicotine free. So like, you can use it again eventually. There's a cooldown on it. Back in the day, I was quite the stoner. And I bought this new glass pipe once from this new shop that had opened up. And it came with, like, I guess their way of, like, saying we're not selling drug paraphernalia was they gave you, like, a little free sample of, like, some really high-end tobacco. And I'm like, well, it's here. I'll smoke it, see what it's like. I never smoked tobacco once in my life, and I kind of liked the nicotine buzz. I was up there pretty high. I mean, it was like a daily thing. Like I'd come home from work and, you know, smoke a bowl, play video games till 2 o'clock in the morning. Just every day. And usually on my days off, like I would stumble out of bed over to my pipe and and start my day that way. It was pretty severe, but and I kind of liked the nicotine buzz, and so yeah, it does go away. When I lost my job, obviously I had to stop smoking weed because of a drug test or something. And I still had the pipes, and so I kind of switched to, I just went and got some pipe tobacco and just smoked pipe. And then I decided to switch to a vape. So yes, the long story is it does have nicotine in it. I was an adult when I started smoking it. Grown man, capable of making grown man decisions. It's not like I started as a teenager or anything like that. There was no peer pressure involved. It was actually a physician that indirectly told me to consider it because I suffer from migraines and insomnia. And he's like, in other states, they're successfully treating both with medicinal marijuana. Unfortunately, that's not legal here. And then just kind of left that sentence dangling out there like that. And he was right. It took care of my migraines and it took care of my insomnia. Gone. The only problem is, I liked it a little too much. It definitely went well beyond the level of medicinal. Well beyond the level of medicinal. I remember one particular day where okay, so a friend of mine, coworker actually, made me some brownies. And I was like, hey, careful, these are really strong. He was like, so You know, and it comes on slow. Like, okay, cool. So, I ate one, whole thing. Like half an hour later, still not feeling anything. I'm like, man, he said they were strong. What's going on? So I had another one. Waited about another half an hour. Wasn't really feeling anything. So I ate a third. And just as I finished that third, the first one started kicking in. And, yeah, about an hour after that, I was in the middle of playing some video games. And I was just like, oh, I made a tractor. I meant to make a freaking trailer. Oh, well. And I was just like, I need to go lay down. I can't be upright anymore. Gravity is currently not working the way I expect it to work. I had to just go lay down. And laid there for like an hour and a half, just like, I am not moving. No. It was bad. It was bad. Well, I have an extra tractor now. So the long story short is when your friend tells you the brownies are really strong, believe him. Yeah, I was seriously messed up. For vertigo and anxiety, I mean, I know it is used to treat a lot of anxiety. It really is. Yeah, not to get into the whole politics of it, though. I don't really shy away from politics on my channel, but I think it's something that should just be illegal for recreational purposes. It's far less harmful than tobacco, and alcohol, and not habit forming. Well, it can be. You can become psychologically hooked on it, but it itself doesn't have any, addictive substances in it. I just think it should be legal. Period. Full stop. But it's not. Which makes me sad. Yeah, they still do use it religiously in religious settings. Yeah, Kelder, I know you used to really hit it pretty hard. Oh, because of heart issues, really? I wasn't aware of that. So I don't know everything about it. Milligrams, not kilograms. A kilogram of weed a day. Woo! That would be a day. Yeah, maybe with concentrates you might. I mean, maybe you could get really sick, but I doubt it could kill you. One of my favorite comedians once saw he's like, you can't really overdose on it. He's like, because before you do, you'll just, get really sleepy and go take a nap. And then you'll wake up and you'll eat everything in your kitchen. But you can't really overdose. I don't know, maybe you can. I have no idea. I am not an expert. Put a beacon on the tractor in case we become unexpectedly separated from it. And we're going to take this guy and throw him on there. And boop. You're already on a diet. Oh, color Grayskull the way it's... Oh, gotcha. Native Americans do use peyote as well, but marijuana has been used ritually. Peyote, that's a whole different story. That just makes the see shit. I need 2 more resin. There we go. 250 pounds of muscle. Well, you do have some fat on you. How tall are you? I was like, if you're 6'2", 250 is not that bad. But if you're like 5'4", 250, might be something you need to be concerned about. Boop. Just below 6 foot at 15. So not too bad. I didn't realize you're only 15. Alright, cool. Made those. Do I have 1,000 bytes yet? I really hope so. Wrong button. Yes, good. Because what I want next is the packager, because I'm going to go out looking for power and other stuff, and I want to be able to bring back as much as possible. Where is the packager these days? There it is. I want to be able to make packagers, package things up. Yeah, I'm in the United States. I am in Arkansas, unfortunately. I do not like this state at all. At all, at all, at all. You know, let's make one more. Oh, let's not, because I don't have the resin. Let's pretend we didn't say that and just move on. There we go. So I will drop you there. I will leave this one resin here. And then we're going to pick a direction. We're going to go... I can't really go east or west easily, but I kind of can go east. So we're going to go around that mountain and go out to the east. And look for power items, other stuff that could be useful on the base that are just scattered on wreckage. And we'll probably spend a good hour doing this. So I don't want to come back until that's full. Don't waste it on car audio. Yeah, teenagers waste their money. You're like, you see them do it, and you're like, no, trust me, invest. You'll be so happy you did. No, but dude, these sweet new wheels for my car. Yeah, but not being saddled with crippling debt. Investing for Dummies is one of the best, no jokes, one of the best books about getting started in investing. Very well written, explains it all, gives you very practical advice. So the one thing that I still have is my retirement funds. I can't really touch any of it, but I do still have it, and I manage it myself. I don't know, cryptocurrency, I know the return potential is there, I can't, for some reason I'm hesitant to take the plunge. This is still east, right? Yeah, pretty much. So if I come across more graphite, I will drill it up. Yeah, that's a very good way to describe it, honestly. Yeah, so out in these open fields, we should be able to find, yeah, like right over here, a nice medium solar array, just waiting for us to come and give it a home. So we'll make a packager. Actually, that can just live on the front of the tractor for now. Or not. Come on, there you go. Nope, get back on there. I'm trying to click the tractor. There we go. So let's go look and see what's over this way, and then we'll come back over here. Because this should start getting to some pretty nasty canyons. Yeah, crypto just makes me nervous. And just, I don't like things that don't have some guarantees. I like my currency to be backed up by somebody with an army. I mean, let's be honest. That's kind of how I feel about my currency. You know, I'd like to know that, you know, my currency can be responsible for bombing someone if necessary. Not that I am an advocate for war, but I am an advocate for protecting my investments. So, Dogecoin. No Dogecoin. No Dogecoin. Dogecoin. Speaking of cryptocurrency, you know, there was just last week before that Twitter hack that took place that took over a lot of celebrity and politician accounts that were all like, hey, send Bitcoin and you'll get double your money back. And a lot of like $118,000 worth of people fell for it. They arrested the mastermind, or who they say is the mastermind behind it, recently. And it was a 17-year-old in Florida. I'm like, yep, this is what happens. You know, kids are out of school because of freaking coronavirus. Got all this free time. What'd one of them do? Masterminded the plot to steal a few $100,000 by social engineering some high-level people within Twitter. That's all. No big. Biden's nasty. I like Biden. I like Uncle Joe. He's a little old. I wish we could get some younger people in, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I am quite the liberal person. Very much a liberal. You know, so Uncle Joe's a little too center for me, but well, you know, I'd rather have him than our current Cheeto in chief. I'm not a fan of firearms. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the attraction to firearms at all. I don't understand why people get so emotional about them. Yeah, I would love to lock up all the guns. I am that liberal. No guns. Constitution, we'll change it. It's fine. Changed it before. I liked Yang a lot. Yes, I was all for Yang. Joe should be closer. Hey, I mean, so yeah. If only Joe really were the radical people accuse him of being, I would be more comfortable with the vote. I like Uncle Joe though. You know, he's an alright dude. Big, you know, he's seriously Washington insider though. But I don't know. He is old. He is old. I don't think he's senile like people have accused him of being, though. Comes off as a bit creepy to you? Fair enough. Trump, though, I know. And then the very same day, no, I wasn't saying we should. I was just saying we should have a discussion around it. Bullshit, Trump. You got called out on saying something unconstitutional, and now you're going to try to be like, well, I never said we should. Fuck you, Cheeto. Dude. Russia just created a state-recognized cryptocurrency. Really? So state-recognized, but still not state-backed. So not with... It's not backed up by the Russian government. It's just they recognize it as something that can be used as currency in the country, right? So I think there's probably a fine line between state recognized and state backed. Can be used for currency purposes. I don't really like any politicians either. I liked Obama. Mainly because he follows me on Twitter. No joke. Barack Obama follows me on Twitter. Go look it up. It's true. The real Barack Obama follows me on Twitter. Go look it up. Go look through my followers right now. I am not lying. The Barack Obama follows me on Twitter. And did when he was, even before he was president. You went and looked it up. It's the real Barack Obama. I know, people always see that and they're like, how? Told you I'm a liberal. Okay, so I'll tell you how. When his book, The Audacity of Hope, came out, before he was still just a state senator. Yeah, he is following 602,000 people. You're right, but we're not going to get into that detail. When he was still a state senator, he released his book, The Audacity of Hope. And I picked it up because I had enjoyed his first book, Visions of My Father. I thought it was a really good book. And I just wanted to read it. And Audacity of Hope was basically him laying the groundwork for what he wanted, his vision for what he would eventually make his administrative policy. The day I finished that book, I started referring to him as President Obama. He hadn't even announced yet. I'm like, this man's going to be the next president. And so when he announced, I immediately went and volunteered for the campaign. Immediately. I had never volunteered for a campaign like that before or anything. But I'm just like, I will give you all my free time. I want to see this man in the White House. And I put in quite a few hours. And one of the things that they were doing, at least in my state, was that, like, the people with, like, the top 20, there were all these different things, like the top 20 phone calls and confirmed votes and all this different stuff. Or just total number of hours worked, that Barack Obama would follow you on Twitter. And I was like number 3 in the state for volunteer hours in Missouri. So Barack Obama followed me on Twitter. However, I have an even cooler Barack Obama story than that. So, because of the number of hours I put in, when he came to my town on his campaign stop just a few days before his first election, I got to go to, like, the little after party thing, where the politicians all meet with, like, their big donors and everything. Again, because of the number of hours, I hadn't contributed a lot of money, but I contributed a lot of hours. So I was invited to it, and I got to meet him, and not like sit down and talk to him, for hours and hours, sharing our deepest, darkest secrets, but a quick handshake, hi, this is Brandon, his last name, he's done this many hours, oh, thank you for your service, and just all that type of stuff, and then moved on. 4 years later, fast forward, 4 years later, running for re-election. Once again, I have volunteered a lot of times, so once again, I get to go to the little after party after his big event there in town. Once again, I'm standing in the line of volunteers. Not wearing a name tag, nothing like that. Walks up to me, grabs my hand. Brandon, how you doing? Glad to see you here again. Glad you still support me. Remembered my name 4 years later. Like, what? How? How? How can anybody do that? Blew me away. I was just like, what? I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I know. Makes me wonder if, like, after all these years, like, if I'd run into him on the street somewhere and be like, well, hello there, bro. No, a true politician, exactly. Yeah, no, he's very much politician. I mean, you know, he worked his system. So maybe one of his aides had Google Glass. That's very possible. And he just had an earpiece and it's like, oh, you met this guy before 4 years ago. He was one of your top guys. That probably. You dare me to DM him on Twitter? What would I DM Barack Obama? Hey Barry, how you doing, man? How's the kids? How's the wife? Can you please be our president again? Please, 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 please. I don't know what I'd really DM to Barack Obama. Probably immediately get unfollowed. But anyways. Hey, Brandon, want to come play Astroneer? 2 simple words. Save us. Yeah, right. Oh, did you see his speech, though, at, I just went blank on his name. I'm a horrible liberal. John Lewis? Did I say? Yeah, at his wake, where he didn't even try to hide that he was taking jabs at Trump. Or he didn't say his name, but he didn't even mask what he was. Didn't even. I'm like, yes. Oh, I miss you so much, Barry. I will say this. When Obama got elected, one of the things I liked was how he could elicit such a passionate response from people, because he's such a gifted speaker. And I was kind of looking forward to having that in a president. You know, somebody who would speak and inspire and move the American people to get them out of just the funk that we've fallen into. You know, to push us to something greater. You know, I really had that hope. Obama and Astroneer Academy. Let's see who the special guest speaker is in a couple weeks. It's Barack Obama. No, I'm kidding. It's not Barack Obama. It's somebody better than Barack Obama. Someone that just went blabber, or was it the George W. Bush? Poor W. Bless his heart. But anyway, so, you know, Obama, you know, great order all during his campaign season. Very first day, you know, after the election, he comes out, you know, announces his presidential transition team. And I guess somebody told him he needed to sound presidential or something like that. And I was just like, wait, what happened to the cool guy that gives the really inspiring speeches? Where did he go? Bring him back, you know? And I think that was the big misstep of the Obama administration, was that they didn't think it was okay for him to continue to make those emotional appeals, that they had to go completely just logic and rational and all that. But I think that's kind of where a lot of his agenda fell apart, and why he wasn't able to get as much done as he had hoped, because he wasn't tugging at people's heartstrings anymore. I mean, think of how much JFK got accomplished because he was a good orator. He did kill bin Laden. Okay, yeah. Well, not him personally, but yeah, he did give the order to kill bin Laden. You know, but I think we could use somebody that inspires and brings us together and gives us hope. You know, that was his campaign. You know, yes, we can, and hope and change. And as much as that is fluff and sentiment and just emotion, maybe some of that fluff and sentiment and emotion could maybe get us past some of this bullshit, disunity, and the divide that we have. Maybe bring some people together and actually start getting some shit done. Instead of just constantly infighting and maneuvering and, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too hopeful and, you know, like every democracy, we're doomed. They all kind of fall apart once power and money gets consolidated. Yeah, you know, imagine some inspiration to rectify the military-industrial complex and focus on international issues. I know, man. I know, dude. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. And it's just like, why can't that be what we're looking for in a leader? Instead of, I don't know. It just becomes so depressing when you really start thinking about it. It's just like, there's so much great that we could do with the world's largest economy. And even with the world's largest military, there is so much good that the United States could be doing for itself and for the rest of the world. And instead, the petty bullshit that we're involved in all the time. Hey, what a guy 4 years later. Hey, Brandon, how you doing? Yeah, I know. It was a cool moment. It really was a cool moment. I'm not gonna lie. That total politician trick worked on me. I was like kind of fangirl. I was like, oh my God, I remember my name. I kept my cool. But on the inside, I was like, oh my God, I remember my name. Yeah. Well, I've got a lot of graphite, but not a lot of stuff to put in packages here. Anyway, it's complicated. The world's a complicated, fucked up place, but any liberal person vet, okay. As a liberal military person vet, there's good things about the military, job training 90, yeah. It is one of the biggest job programs there is. You know, and yeah, I mean, I know. Like, I know, dude. He says he followed the esports news, dude, really? Are you just going through there now? If we could just take the guns, it'd be perfect. I mean, I know, like there's lots of liberals who are like, nobody wants to come take your guns. I raise my hand, I'm like, I do. Want to come get them, melt them all down. Nope, don't say there's nobody. You can be pro-gun. And you know what, Rails? That's fine. And I'm okay with that. And it doesn't it doesn't offend me that you're pro-gun. It doesn't make me think less of you that you're pro-gun. You have your point of view. I'm sure you can articulate your point of view. And that's fine. You can have that point of view. Personally, I like to grind them all up and melt them into something shiny. And I'm, you know, people need to be able to have like reasonable, you know, differences with one another and still be able to communicate. And you just can't anymore. It's like, oh, you think my gun should be taken away? Well, fuck you. You should die, commie. And it's like, what? No, dude. Chill. Settle down. I don't get it. I don't get the divisiveness. About the only thing, you know, this is cliche to say, but the only thing I can't really tolerate is true intolerance. That's just like, I have no room for it. The other day I did tell a conspiracy theorist on my YouTube comments to fuck off. I literally did. Or I think I said, go away with your bullshit conspiracy theory or something like that. On my Astroneer Academy video with the Apollo in there, he just starts going on about it was faked and everything, and I thought he was just trolling and kidding around at first. And I'm like, there's no amount of eye roll emoji that I have that could sum up how I feel right now. And he's like, yeah, there you go. That's the problem. You're searching for emojis when you should be searching for the truth. And starts linking to all these YouTube conspiracy theory videos. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Go away. Just go away. I don't have time for this. It's in that video, though. If you scroll down, you can see where I just was like, go away. Guns are like anything they're responsible using can be fun. Recklessly used, they're horrible. Motorcycle's fun. I miss my motorcycle. Obama follows some phase dudes? No way. Doesn't surprise me. It really seems like I'll just follow anybody. Clearly, if he's following me. Imagine one day, you know, I like go live on Twitch and Obama just retweets it out to his several million viewers. It'd be hilarious. Never happen. It'll never happen. Exactly, mean when somebody says that I shouldn't exist because of some facet of my life or that I should have lesser rights than them, that person can kindly go fuck right off and never speak to them again type situation. And I don't apologize for, you know, having that limited. I am not tolerant of that level of intolerance, which makes me a hypocrite by then being that level of intolerant towards their intolerance and don't really give a fuck. But it makes me... By the way, I should warn you, there's adult language in my stream. Not a family-friendly stream. But, yeah, no, I don't... Freedom does mean tolerating dumb people, yes. But that, I don't know. I just wasn't in the mood for it. I had just made this video talking about, you know, just kind of the chills that you can get finding the Apollo lander. And this dude's gonna come try to derail that whole thing with his agenda. Nah, go away. If you want to believe it was staged, whatever. You probably think that the climate change is a hoax and that Hillary Clinton was running a pedo ring out of a pizza parlor, and that the Earth's flat, and that vaccines are going to give you autism. But, you know, whatever. Go have your conspiracy theory circle jerk. I just wasn't in the mood for it that day, though. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Your wife has been talking to her mom's group back through. Okay, so I have to talk very quietly here because I do live with my family, with my parents. My dad is not just a gun owner, but a gun nut. Like a gun nut who is convinced there is an active agenda to come take away his weapons, and that if he didn't own the bajillion guns that he had, someone would break into his home and murder us all and take all our stuff and probably kick the dog too. He's convinced of it, like that he cannot own enough guns and everything, and it drives me insane that there are so many firearms in this house. Just absolutely drives me nuts. We're talking about my gun nut father. And the thing is, and the point I'm making on that is he sits inside this echo chamber. All he does when he's home is go on YouTube and go to all the just actual gun nut. And keep in mind, I'm not saying that anybody who owns a gun is a gun nut. There's a difference. I think you guys, hopefully you know there's, if not, let me tell you there is a difference. There are people who can own guns and not be an absolute conspiracy theorist about gun ownership. My dad's not one of them. He has gone off the deep end on it. And the thing is, he's 70 years old. And it really worries me that as he starts getting up there in years, I mean, you know, one night I'm out getting a soda late at night, he hears a noise, comes out with a shotgun, blasts me into a blue, yeah. Oh, I thought it was a robber. You know, but he sits there on YouTube all day and gets all of these weird newsletters in the mail that clearly somebody printed out on their, you know, HP printer that needed the new ink cartridge like 6 months ago. And it's just this echo chamber that he's inside of, just reinforcing those same ideas over and over and over again. And of course, you know, one time I pointed out, I'm like, you know, by having a gun in the home, you're far more likely to be injured in a gun accident than you are to just be the victim of a home invasion. The percentages are just higher once you own a gun. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm like, no, it is. It's like studied fact. It is the truth. People are far more likely, and I forget the numbers, I had looked them up when I told him. And he's like, that's not true. I'm like, but it is. I'm like, besides, Dad, you're getting up there in years. If you came out with a gun, most likely somebody's just going to take it from you. Well, I'd like to see him try. I'm like, dude, you're 70. I love him. He's my dad. But I'm telling you, the gun thing just... it's something else. Yeah, gun accidents... I mean, statistically, you are more likely to be injured in an accident with a firearm, because you own a firearm, than you are to be the victim of a home invasion. The stats are just there. Especially a violent home invasion. But whatever. I'm gonna stop talking quietly now. And to like lean in close to the mic. I'm not really finding a whole lot, am I, guys? I mean, I guess I have found almost 2 trailers full. But I was really hoping to have more than this by now. I've been out for about 45 minutes. Can you believe that I've been driving around for about 45 minutes? Oh, battery. Battery. Hey, Albatross, man. The trailer centipede can be a little difficult to manage. At times, you are right. I'm not too worried about it. I can deal with it. I've gotten good at it though, because this is kind of what I do in my early game now. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know if that's exactly it, but that's about right, you know, G-Bear, absolutely. That's pretty close to the order that they go. The way that grass was sitting there, I thought there was a horn. Have I used the new canisters? You mean the ones since yesterday's update, where every time you go outside of relevance, they no longer tell you what's inside of them? Yeah. I've used them. I'm not happy. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. If you haven't played since yesterday's little patch to Astroneer, they did a performance update. Apparently the first performance update on canisters wasn't enough. Let's make a save here real quick. Wrong direction. We just saved that one. Yeah, 1939. Where's the one we're on right now? Yeah, 2125. Cool. So let's go back here. Guns are meant to protect citizens from tyrannical government. The government has complete control of our lives. Exactly. I mean, when the Second Amendment was written, owning a few guns would have been enough to overthrow the government. Now it's not, because of how... Oh, I'm on the... Hold on. 3:25 a.m. for you. Jeez, man. Is this the one? I know here I'm going to still be... This is the one in creative mode, so if I die, whatever, I don't care. It's not the actual save. Right? Is this the creative one? Yeah, cool. So, respawn, starting shelter. Good, Rails. Good. Okay, so, canisters. See how they all say tool? They all just say tool instead of telling me what's in them? I mean, they still display on the side, But they still have the issue that the stuff inside's still all the wrong color. So once you interact with it once, it will, and then put it back in, you cycle it, it tells you, oh, hey, that's got nanocarbon alloy. Cool, awesome. Remember that. This one right here, nanocarbon alloy, right? Okay, here we go. We're gonna go outside of relevance, which means that basically it's even farther beyond the draw distance. Basically the game, that object is no longer relevant for it to nearly need to keep a whole lot of detailed information about it. So we're gonna leave that behind, which you gotta go a fairly good distance, which I can't go too far because of oxygen. But actually I'm in creative mode. I don't have to worry about oxygen. I can go as far as my little heart pleases. Barzox, you've been following for 6 months, really? You've just recently become active. Cool. So there we go. Okay, that's far enough away, and let's fly. How about we fly? And boop. There we go. Oh god, I always forget how fast this is. Okay. This one's nanocarbon alloy, correct? Oh wait, it's still working out. It didn't go outside of relevance. Damn it. Okay, we'll go definitely outside of relevance this time. At least last night this was happening. Maybe it was just on the one save we were on. We're definitely going outside of relevance now. Demo failed, right? We're gonna go halfway across the planet. Oop. I could have swore I saw a zebra ball down there. Sorry. I get very distracted by zebra balls. Okay, cool. That should definitely be outside of relevance now. Just go all the way around. I could. I went halfway around. Well, I went a quarter of the way around. I don't know if it'll working. I don't know if the problem will happen in creative mode or not. I have no idea. Alright, there's one of my extractors, so the base should be right over here. I flew in a straight line. How can I lose the base? Oh, yet I have. Up we go. Why do I have an extractor just sitting here? Here's my base. For some reason there's no icon over it. Hey, that's a big problem, System Era. My base doesn't have any icons over it, guys. Now the beacon clicked in. Yeah, okay, I don't think it works in creative mode. I know it works on the server. It's not your base anymore, apparently. Apparently not. Maybe it's just a server thing. It was happening to us on the server that even after we would cycle them, they were not telling us what was in them after we went away. So maybe it is just a server thing. We're doing QA testing for them right now. I have been colonized. Yes. That was odd. It didn't show. Huh. Anyone watch Dark on Netflix yet? No, because season 2 of The Umbrella Academy came out yesterday. I'm kind of already halfway through it. I love Umbrella Academy. If you've never seen The Umbrella Academy, very good. Very, very good. The tungsten carbide chem lab bug. No, I didn't know there was a tungsten carbide chem lab bug. Please. I would like to know about it. I mean that. So, okay, tool. Tungsten carbide. Okay. So, we go outside of relevancy. And I have oxygen tanks on me, so I'll be okay. What kind of show is Umbrella Academy? Okay. It was originally a graphic novel that was turned into a TV show. Okay. Turned into a TV show. The premise is that One day, like 30 years ago, numerous women all across the world all gave birth to children at precisely the same moment. However, each and every one of those women earlier that day had not been pregnant. So like they instantly became pregnant and instantly gave birth. Boom. And a millionaire, an eccentric millionaire, went around the planet to meet all the different ones that this had happened to, and meet the children, and basically, quote unquote, adopted, basically bought 7 of them, took them home, and raised them as his own. Wow, this is so slow. And they all have superpowers. And so he formed the Umbrella Academy with his children, and then they foiled crime and stopped all these bad things from happening and all that, until they reached adult age where they kind of all went their own separate ways, and then something happens that causes them all to come back together, and then there's a thing that's going to happen that they all have to work together toward. It has a lot of good action sequences. It has a lot of good comedy in it. It's a good series. It's kind of good. I didn't give you any spoilers because, like, the bit about all of them being born and being adopted, they tell that story in like the first 60 seconds of the very first one. So they don't make or study umbrellas. No, they do not. I may have gone a little bit too far. I may have gone a little bit too far. I'm not gonna make it, guys. I'm not gonna make it. I got cocky. I don't have any resin. Wait, do I have resin? I don't have any resin. Oh no! I'm gonna die! What's up, Zach? How you doing, Goff? RNF TV, I do need tethers. But since we're on the server, I was like, don't use tethers. They kill performance. Oh, right there at the top. Oh, no. Anyways. That was a lot of noise. Okay, so, tungsten carbide. Do you remember that you're tungsten carbide? See? It's back to being just a tool. I went outside of relevance, and we tried it last night without dying. Yeah, a conveyor belt would be pretty awesome in this game. I can show you a conveyor belt in this game. Sort of. Can't believe I didn't make it. If I would have run out of hydrazine, I would have been okay. But I did run out of hydrazine, so it wasn't okay. Did I get everything? I did. Alright, this is a server, so you don't have to do any type of save. You can just quit. I'll show you a conveyor belt. We're taking a brief break from looking for stuff in the other save to just goof off for a minute. Yeah, that's what I'm going to show you is, I think it's... Wouldn't be that one. No, it could be this one. Excuse me. I don't think I disassembled it. I may have disassembled it to get some B-roll. Yeah, I mean, I just want a big... Like, I'd be okay if they waited till, like, autumn before the next content update and they just did a bunch of bug batches. This is not where I thought I was going to be. Okay, no, this is the video, the save I used for my last video, Astroneer Academy video. Could be this one. I really need to start naming them. I used to, and then I got out of the habit of it. I did catch Sputnik. If you saw the most recent Astroneer Academy, you would have seen them all. Oh, I did disassemble it. Yeah, this is it. This is the one that Blaine and I were messing around in. I forget why I blew everything up. I think that was unused footage for something. Like, here's all the stuff Blaine and I were messing with. When We were trying to make like a Tony Stark thing that would auto-equip you. It didn't work out too well. No, it doesn't go to the middle. That's as far as it goes. Okay, so I will make a very quick conveyor belt for you. Let me see if I can remember how he did this. Pretty sure it was with these. I think this was it. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, exactly, because I could. That's exactly why. So, I mean, this isn't quite really a conveyor belt, but it could be used as a conveyor belt. So we put all this together. And if I had more time, I could make it look prettier, but I don't need any more I do need more followers, though, because sadly Obama's not watching. And not retweeting. Hi, Gina. So I need... Green is intake, right? Yeah. So I need that one going that way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how I did it. Okay, or how he did it. How I did it. I sat here and watched Blaine build it, is how I did it. I did nothing. Okay. Nope. Get where you need to be. There you go. How's it going, Gina?
I'd gladly watch a minute of that.
G-Bear, thanks for the follow, man. How's your leg feeling, Gina? I saw your news in Discord, but I just kept forgetting to type in a response. I'm sorry, I'm a horrible friend. Okay, so we're gonna put this here just for power. And then what we're gonna do is get a button repeater. We're gonna turn on that set, that set, that set, and that set. And then we're gonna get a button repeater. We might have to use 2 button repeaters. Can't quite remember. No, Obama. No, you're fine. You're better than Obama, man. So what we do is we put that pin there, do that, then we target the platform. Can I have that, please? There we go. Do that. Make a branch. Whoops. Make a branch. This is why I can't use a mouse and keyboard, because I forget what buttons to push on the keyboard. And then that. So what we should have is when I press the button, one set turns off. Yeah. Okay. So we put a resource down here. Let's do compound, just to, you know. Okay. And then we push the button. And what we have now, I've got it too far away. No, I got it. Okay, good. We have a conveyor belt. I'm surprised that it got it. And then if you need to reverse its direction, you push the button again, and it goes back the other direction. Just left, but not LA both feels weird. Yeah, it does. So you could, in theory, make a conveyor belt. And again, we showed this off, or Blaine showed this off in the video. I cannot take credit for any of this. Where's the winch? You could even use it to move bigger things. Hold on. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect this winch to this compound, right? Then we're going to connect that winch to a large storage. Nah. And now that large storage can have whatever you want attached to it. It's not exactly elegant, but it does get transported down the line. Oh, except it just broke a lot of stuff somehow. That wasn't supposed to happen. Normally that doesn't happen. But it should have just kept transporting it down the line, but something got tangled somewhere. Thankfully that didn't happen when we made the video about all this. Yeah, so, whoop. But yeah, this is the save. I don't play on this save because this is the one where Blaine and I broke a lot of stuff. I don't know what happened to the beacons that were in space. I guess they just got deleted because they were in space. But there were a bunch of beacons off in space. I'm pretty sure it was that direction, maybe. We were doing all of our experiments this way. Yeah, it definitely been that direction. I don't know what happened to the beacons that went into space. But it was pretty awesome because there were just beacons up in the sky just getting farther and farther away. Anyways, back to work. Back to our work of what we're doing tonight. Oh God, which is this? Was today the first? Yeah, it's this one, right? No, it's this one. There we go. The raw power of the winch, exactly. But I mean, you could make a very crude, apparently leaving a long line of dynamite will cause a really big explosion. Funny you should mention really big explosions. This save is the beginning of a massive explosion. Whoops. I am going to, when the new gas canisters come out, use at least 1,000 of them inside of a mountain and blow it up. I'm going to remove... No, I don't think... I'm not going to try to blow up an entire mountain or an entire planet. It's just the performance limitations of the game. It would just crash. Or you wouldn't see anything worth seeing. And it just... I don't think it would be worth it. But blowing up an entire mountain, doable. I've done it. I'm going to do it bigger this time. So, yeah. The first time I did a big explosion, I did 1,000 hydrogen canisters. And then after that, I went on to 10,000. And that's when we removed a mountain. It ceased to be a thing in the game anymore, that mountain. And so this time I'm thinking with the gas canister, if it can hold the equivalent of like 30 single gas canisters in one with the new medium gas canisters, then if I do 1,000 of those, that's the equivalent of 30,000 regular canisters of hydrogen sitting around going boom. So we should get a pretty good explosion out of that. That's my hope anyway. That's what massive explosions do seem to get the views. Yes. The last time I blew something up really big, bada boom. It got like 6,000 views, which is huge for my channel. My videos are lucky to see 1,000. Can you save or restore? So big so you should scale up 110. I could. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, save and restoring. Yeah, I'm with you. To like show off the different levels. That's actually not a bad idea. Like here's 1, here's 10. Because the first time I did it, I did a smaller little setup. I'm like, here's what happens with 1 dynamite. Here's 1 hydrogen. And I kind of worked my way through it like that, showing the scale, but I could do that again. You've given me something to consider, actually. And my memory is kept on 3x5 note cards. So pardon me while I write that idea down. No joke. If I need to remember it, it goes to a 3x5 note card. Sorry, I can't write and type at the same time. And I got that from GBear14275. Awesome. Thank you. That is a great idea. No, I will definitely mention it. I always give proper credit in my videos. Always, 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 always. Yeah, once I get the base built up and the medium canisters actually get here, this is not going to be a one-guy project. I'll open it up to friends on my Steam account to join in and help me put it all together. So it'll be lots of fun and everybody can contribute to the big boom. You know, there'll be basic safety training courses on how to handle that much explosives. And recognition that the moon landing was faked. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, God. Boop. There we go. Yeah, can't promise that one. Yes, Gina, the actual construction for sure, I may record it in... No, I will give credit. I always give credit. If I get an idea or inspiration for somebody else, I give full credit. I think that's only right. Nothing really particularly good in here. Yeah, Gina, the whole construction will be done in adventure mode because you know me. I don't consider it actually a successful project if you didn't do it in a survival adventure. Because anybody can spawn in thousands of something in creative mode. You know, but I'm starting from a fresh save on this. I'm not even using an existing save. So, because I'm hardcore, elite skill gamer. Really hurt my throat talking that voice. Oh man. Actually, let's not do that. Let's do this. It's my first research bowl I've grabbed, I think. Most of this is, yeah, this is all power. But maybe when I blow it up, we'll do it in creative just so nobody dies. Which will really disappoint Keldor, I know. But, you know, when you die, you can't keep capturing footage because you're suddenly not where the action happened, so. Posture check, my favorite point redemption because I get to stretch. Yeah, it's a good one. So, I know a couple of you guys out there follow Cardo, and I've been kind of busy since he put together his chair. What was it he didn't like about it? A scaled approach to mountain modification. That's not a bad title, actually. That's definitely one worth considering. So it was a little too stiff for him. See, I know that War Never Changes has one, and he says it's a stiff chair, but it's a comfortable stiff. Whatever that means. So it just didn't have any give at all. I wonder if that's because he ordered the Titan. The Titan's made for, you know, heavier boys like me. So I wonder if all of those are that way. Jabo, sleep well, man. I will get that hydrate in right now, just for you, buddy. Carter used the mesh bottom chair. Yeah, I know. So he's used to having that spring under his butt. That came out really wrong. Please don't tell Cardo I said he's used to having springs under his butt. But you know what I mean. I like the comfort of mesh chairs, but like Gina and I were talking about last night, for some reason, mesh chairs make me itch. Clip to ship, too late. Fuck. Oh no. It's alright, Cardo will still love me. One of those packagers. But I don't know what it is, but mesh chairs, like after about an hour of sitting in them, I start to itch. Stop sitting in them naked. Shh, don't tell my secrets. No, even when I'm clothed, they just make me itch. I don't know why, they just do. Like, I just start feeling itchy. You're making some emojis of the Astro resource icons to use in Nitro. I don't know whether or not to keep the white background. I would put transparent background. I don't... Oh, we didn't need mental images. But I would keep a transparent background. I don't know why they caused me to get itchy. The first time I ever had one was when I worked for JP Morgan Chase. They had them in the office, and I couldn't, like, after about an hour, I'm just like, ugh, I itch. I can't sit in this chair. I need to stand up. I'd have to stand up for a little while. That's all we had were those mesh chairs in the whole building. I don't know what they're made of. I know that the bank liked to brag. Well, the bank, it wasn't a bank, it was a business office. They like to brag about how, oh, we have $1,000 chairs for all of our employees. So I doubt they were just the crappy plastic ones. The way they were bragging about them. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Get back here, packager. Oh my god. There. No, stay. Yes. Okay, so this has been a successful run. The only problem is now I need to start working my way back to my base. Remember when I said I was only going to go east? Yeah, that worked out well. Springs and bungee did clip it. Somebody else clipped it. Oh, don't tell Cardo. I'll have to subscribe, like, with my own money and not wait for somebody else to give me a sub. And I don't have any of my own money, so I won't be able to do it. Alright, so I need one of these. I need 2 spots in my backpack. Fall to the ground. There we go. Can you go up there? Thank you. I don't know why I got one off if I was making 2 boars. Another thing, mesh chairs, plastic fiber ones, 1K ones, by the way. They degrade your clothes, kind of like sandpaper. Yeah, I did kind of notice that, like, my khakis that I wore kind of... That'll be our little secret. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. I did notice my khakis wore out awful quick. I thought it was just because my ass was getting fat. I guess not. I can blame the chair after all. It wasn't my ass. I forgot where north is already. It's to the left. So we just need to kind of like look that way, and eventually we'll see our base. Don't slide around the chair. Oh, I'm a fidgety person. I move a lot. It's all that nervous guilt I have for being a horrible, terrible person. Alright, so heading north. When we get to the North Pole, we know that the base is near. Though I don't remember what our landmark was last time. We'll figure it out. Wait, is this... How have I screwed up going north? There we go. You can't fart if you don't lean? I guess you could try, but then you're really Like you, if you don't lean and you still try to force out that fart, you're like, you know, really kind of like tempting the shark gods right then and there. So, is there a study conducted on this? There could be, man. You know what? And if not, I think we should somehow come up with the cash to commission it. You know, just tons of like undergrads out there just forcing them to fart into different chairs all day just to see exactly how many of them can do it. All the beans you can eat for this scientific research. Chamber pressure, exactly. Exactly. I don't know, the gassiest of people for this. So I don't know, like if I follow, like if I was like into college football or something like this, I could name like some team, be like, oh, they're just full of hot air, we'll get them. But I don't follow sports, so I can't really make that joke. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully get an auto crafting device for the thing that's on their backpack. Yeah, I wouldn't mind there being a backpack printer that you could have sit separate. I'd be down with that. Congress, yes, that's a bunch of air just being blown around. Congress. That works. I was kind of thinking undergraduate students, but, you know. Okay, so there's the floaty guy. And then I know we went up a taller mountain near the floaty guy and saw our base. So where's that taller mountain? That has got to be the weakest excuse for a mountain I've ever seen. Right there. That's just, that mountain should be embarrassed to have snow on top of it. Was that the taller mountain we went up over here? I think so. And then the base was like... Yeah, but this is the North Pole. The North Pole's floaty. I'm pretty sure we went up here and they were like, oh, the base is right across. It's that way. I remember now. It's just in these woods. I remember. It's crazy because there was a trainer at a hospital and he was trolling a new person, told them they had to notify the OR if they had to fart. The new guy asked for a reference, so he checked. I found a study found defective as a pantry regarding poo particle containment and germ transmission. Whoops, falling in the hole. Oh, no, fall in the hole that direction. You absolute. Oh, well. You call that a speed bump? Nice. Pretty sure the base is just up and through these woods. You didn't get me into a hole. I got me into a hole. So I was reading what you wrote. And it wasn't that bad, because it didn't go all the way underground, so. It's nowhere near as bad as the hole I got myself into last night, so. It's fine. Though it would have been pretty tragic, because I don't have a drill or a paver yet. Yeah, that was... Can you go away? Thank you. That was just fortuitous timing. They don't really go away when you jump on them. Oh, can you make that transition? You can. Up, 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 up. Okay, I really thought that, like, these woods were a lot thinner than this. Have I made a mistake in navigation? I mean, the chances are really high that I have. Okay, we can get all these trailers past those trees. Go! Yes, did it. Did it. Oof, but I can't get past whatever that little tiny thing is. A broken tether. I swear to God these woods were not this thick last... There it is! There's my house. I went to the thicker part of the woods instead of the thinner part. Found it. Found it. I'm pro navigator. I was never lost. It was all just for the content. Hashtag content. Shh, Gina. Shh. Hashtag content. Look at all the power stuff I found, though. 3 content. Oh, God, that's a... That was the perfect way, yeah, to sum up my bullshit. Yep. Cool. So we'll make a couple platforms, slap all this stuff on there, and we will have a fairly decently powered base. So those of you who didn't tune in earlier and we were talking about blowing up mountains, I'll show you the one we're going to blow up real quick. I think it's a good location. This range over here has 3 peaks with the tallest one in the middle, and it sits back a little bit, so I'll be able to make like an entryway up into it. So we can build like a base right here, or move the base right here. And we are going to try to send the bomb directly beneath that peak. So it's back a little way. So I figure we can just like, from ground level here, just drill a tunnel in, just straight in. And then try to center it underneath that peak and see how much of that part of the mountain range we can remove. I bet we can get rid of all that I'm circling right now. Just based on how much I know that we got rid of with 10,000. So, that's the one. That is the doomed mountain right there. Hopefully in about 3 or 4 weeks, we'll be blowing it up. Priority right now, get this base built. I get it equipped and get the bytes for everything to equip it first. So what I need right now is a lot of resin. So I'm just gonna dump this stuff off. I will build storage for it later. Actually, did I ever? I did not. Let's do that. Yeah, that's smarter. So we're gonna go grab some resin just to get us started to make the soil centrifuge. Oh yeah, I love the PAL suit, man. I don't change out of it. I pretty much keep it on all the time. Before that, I used to rock the one you got with last year's lunar thing. So what's your recipe? Oh, it's compound and aluminum. I don't need resin yet. It's compound and aluminum. Nice. So we can do this. You know what? Just for the sake of power, real quick. I mean, out of all the pallets we've had, PAL is still my favorite. We're gonna line this up. Channel points to change my outfit. You know, that's a good idea, Gina. I try not to make the channel points game specific, but you know, I can always be like, oh, sorry, I'm not playing Astroneer tonight. That's not a bad idea. I don't own any of them from the store, and I won't be buying them because I don't like them. Alright, so I need to go get resin real quick. No, I don't. I keep saying that, and I don't, because I have a platform for the smelter that I can put the soil centrifuge on for now. So what I do need to do is turn that into a canister and make more soil. Or get more soil. So I'm just gonna go dig over here in the distance. Jeannie, you missed me suffocating earlier. Or were you here for it? Did you actually get to see it? You go live there for a minute. You can live here for a minute. Unpack. Go ahead. You can do it. I believe you. Or believe in you. Alright, let's make some resin. Yeah, I was trying to demonstrate the thing with the medium resource canister. And I went a little too far away. It suffocated on my way back. Big brain moment. Alright, let's start organizing this power while that's going. Let's get all of our little windmill guys on here. I will stop using generators now because I don't need them anymore. Because I have lots of power. Actually, I do have a lot of power. Man, I got a lot of good stuff on that run, didn't I? I'm sorry, I know clipping annoys a lot of people. It annoys me too. But early on, I just kind of put up with it. I just deal with it. Having all this stuff clipping through each other. So I hope you can forgive me. I will make it better eventually. Okay, so batteries are going to need their own thing. Yeah, I got a couple of the emotes. I bought the frame suit. Turns out I don't like it. It makes too much noise for me. Like after about 5 minutes, I can't stand hearing him just squeak around all the time. So I got fist pump, face palm, and rock paper scissors. Thought I got something else. Oh, the robot came with a thing. Did Mean help us get this? Why is my frame rate suddenly so bad? What is going on? Oh, it's only when I had the menu open. What? You were campaign co-chairs. Earlier tonight, I was back on my campaign of getting that wrecked landing pad / shelter thing that you encounter on the moons added to the game. I want that so bad as a thing that we can build. I really do. I just think it'd be a cool way to another option for base building. Especially, you know, when you go to new planets. Landing pad, shelter, all in one. I don't know why I made that exactly, but it's fine. Oh, just because I need one for the smelter. That's why I made that. And then we need to start consolidating some power stuff here. I don't think I've researched... haven't, and I don't have anywhere near enough bytes yet. Well, that's a big disappointment. Let's get these batteries all on a thing. You want a hydrazine generator that runs on hydrazine? I like that idea, actually. I really do. I use RTGs. But I prefer using, like, you know, I did my solar only Calidor project that literally runs off of nothing but solar 24 hours a day. And I'm very proud of that. Is the hitbox of this landing pad in the way? Is that the problem? Oops. Must be. Can you boxes over there stop making so much racket? I prefer to rely on renewables. I don't even like using generators because it consumes something. I would really rather not use generators. How do I want to do this since I don't have enough bytes for all of this stuff? I really don't want to make just a... I can go ahead and make a bunch of platforms because I'll need them eventually for the atmospheric condenser and all of that, so yeah, okay, I guess that's not so bad to go ahead and make a bunch of platforms. Let me get some more soil. I use them more now than I used to, but I still don't like, I don't know, I just don't like the idea that it burns a resource over and over and over again. I like solar and wind a lot. I had that idea for that massive solar network for a long time and finally found a save that it would just work in. And it was so cool when I got it up and running, just to have my base fully powered, round the clock, not a single backup battery in sight, off of just solar. So satisfying. I didn't get near as much soil as I thought I did. Let's go up here in the hills where I'm not likely to need to build anything. Get a soil hole going here. Need to get a drill. There we go, we're full. I used to not use generators at all, honestly. I used to wait until I could find a battery in solar or something for my tractor, because I disliked them so much, but I've gotten over that. To the point that I have an automated backup generator system on one of my saves somewhere. It makes its own fuel from soil and turns itself off and on as needed. And it's loud when they all kick in at the same time. I need to get these batteries plugged in. Hurry up, give me resin. Oh wait, I've got this one. I can use this one. Duh. I'm so smart. Should I just go ahead and move the base down there now? Since I'm planning on moving it anyway. Ooh, decisions. Crippling decisions. I think I'm going to. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna do it. And then what I think I'll do is just... I mean, I could just make an oxygenator to go down there. Or I could just run extenders from this shelter all the way down there and get my oxygen that way. Yeah, we're doing it. We're just gonna package everything up, move it. So let's just consolidate everything for now. Let's go. Come on. There we go. Doo-doo-doo-doo. You don't go collect the organic manually because you don't like messing with the floor in the game? Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, I tend to now, these anymore, put a generator on my rover. Oh, maybe I don't want to move it right now because I don't have a way to flatten it nicely. Well, this is fairly flat right here. I think it'll be alright. I think it'll work fine. That hill right there. I need to have my power more out this way. Yeah, okay, cool. Woo. So we'll do like a power station towards this end. We'll put these little kids on here. Like so. And then we'll go back and pick up some more things, package some things, drag it all down here. And I think I think I'm just gonna run extenders the whole way. Are extenders unlocked from the beginning? We don't have to research them. I don't remember. So you went a single medium platform with 2 solar, 2 winds, 2 small batteries, and then a small generous spare organic slot for rover power. I do like using the battery sensor to kick in the generator on a vehicle. There's something very satisfying about that. I did not mean to pick that up. The only thing is, if you're drilling when your power cuts out, like your rover just suddenly surges ahead. Yeah, I could use a long string of power items, but I don't really like that idea. Cinders are 500 bytes. I mean, it's not that far. Yeah, it's definitely not pretty, but yeah, I don't know. If we had colored lights, I know, I want colored lights so bad. So bad. The spare slot for a small horn, the squeak. That's awesome. I had, on one of my recent saves, I had it set up so that every time the lights turned off and on automatically, the horn would squeak. As if, you know, the visual of, hey, the lights are on wasn't enough. The horns announced it as well. All the horns, not just the squeaker. I had, like, the large foghorn, the starship horn, the medium truck horn, and the squeaker horns all go off when the lights come on. I love it. I like that. We're out of power. What a great idea. I love the horns. They remain one of the best things about the game. They really, really do. Can you go up there? Thank you. This is the most efficient way to get all this moved down there with just the tractor, but it's all I have right now, so it's what... Can you guys just stop playing musical chairs and get on a fucking trailer? Thank you. There we go. You know Brendan's getting annoyed when he drops the F-bomb. It's just boom, boom. That's pretty incredible, man. I like it. I like it a lot. I may have to copy that at some point. I've thought about using the horns to announce when different resources are full, like off in the distance. Like, hey, you need to go get a new canister. Or go take a new canister down. I thought about doing that. No, I do want this one first. And I want to spin it around. Boop. Like that. Cool. Oh, hi. Just kind of popped in there. Okay. Everything else except... Well, I've got 2 more platforms in the research chamber. Oh, that's everything except the research chamber is tier 1, but that's not true. Oh yeah, tractors require power, and I've only got a solar panel on here, and the sun's down. Well, that was a big brain move. So, yep. I'm not taking that platform with me because I don't like those. I don't like them at all. They're just so useless. So, hold on. Let's grab those so that when I pick that up, they'll become a complete package, right? Yeah, cool. You go over that way. Pick that up, please. You go over that way. So this is my last tier 2 box trip. Everything else is either on platforms or storages or tier 1 items. So we're good to go. I've never moved my base this early in a save. I still don't know how I'm going to get it connected to the shelter. I haven't made up my mind if I want to go ahead and spin the bytes or not. So I have a couple pieces of copper. I don't think it'll take more than 10. Yeah, I'm doing it. Doing it. Do I have a battery laying around? Do I have any organic laying around? Do I have something that I can get this tractor moving with? I left all my other power down there. Come here. There you go. There you go. Hang out over there. Cool. So you... No. Hey. I'm a freaking tractor, man. Hooray! We have go juice. Drop this stuff off. Hey, look at all the power that's being made down here. Aren't you jealous, tractor? Yep, talking to my tractor. You got a problem with that? So we'll put these off to the side for now until I figure out where I want my research chambers to go. So I would like to get a second research chamber going, maybe even more. You have so many Astro emojis now, I can't wait to see them, man. I really need to get a kickstart on the graphical stuff I've been working on. I want to make, like, transitions for Twitch and a whole new animated intro for my videos on YouTube that is really cool if ever I can pull it off. But I'm just not a graphic designer, so it's just such a struggle to just constantly, like, I just feel like I'm banging my head against the wall a lot of the time. Because I know in my head what I want it to do, and then I can't, you know, get that vision into reality without I mean, I eventually do. But it's only through a lot of struggle, and I hate spending time like that that's not truly productive. Which I guess I could argue it is productive, because I'm learning through the process and gaining knowledge, but it's still so frustrating. And you're gonna go chill there. On Twitch, technically all you have is that. I have a few channel subs. I only pay to sub to 2 channels. That's all that's in my budget. And then I use my Twitch Prime on the 3rd. Oh no, I pay to sub to 3 now because I SES. Forgot about them. Came out of my video game budget. Quit dying. So you go there, you go there, you go there. Turn your generator on. Let's go. See, you're fine. There is going to be a bit of a drive back and forth with the shuttle when you land, but it's not that bad. And you'll probably have driven a vehicle over here in the first place, so I think it's gonna be just fine. So let's move this, see if I can't get it connected to these tethers. So those tethers go down to my cave system here. Perfect. And then that'll just all stay here. Everything else moved. We'll make some extenders, get that all sorted. Basically, I'm going to plug it into the back of that platform with all of the power on it. So that all my power is coming in through a fairly central location. And then eventually I'll build a field shelter down here and we won't need the extenders. But until then, let's get rid of this resin for just a moment. And do this extender situation thing. So I already have one pack there. I really think it's only going to take 2. So let's test my theory by only making 2. Or having 2. That'll work like extenders. There we go. Cool. So, what's the main purpose for connecting to the base? Oxygen. Because I hate oxygenators just sitting out on their own. I don't like having just an oxygenator just sitting. I'd rather look at a long line of extenders. I don't know why I don't like just seeing an oxygenator just sitting on a platform, but I just don't like it. I can't explain to you why. There's no rational reason other than I don't like the way it looks. So the extenders will conduct oxygen, as well as that extra 1 unit of power from the shelter. Fine, you can breathe. Needy Astroneer. Alright, and then... Alright. A little more over this way. There you go. A little more back that way. Perfect. Actually, no, that wasn't perfect. It was a little off. Whatever. Oh, I was wrong. It's going to take more than 1. I really wouldn't be worried about an oxygenator if I had something more than just the tractor. Something more substantial I could tether off of. When I do worry about oxygen, I make a field shelter. That's it. But when I'm in my base, I don't like having to worry about, oh, I'm gotta move, get retethered again. I'd rather just be tethered. I don't think I've built a regular size base since the field shelter became a thing. And this one will reach, hopefully. And then we can reverse the whole thing by plugging, oh, you ass. You absolute, there. And now we reverse it all. No, stay there. Okay, now we reverse it all by plugging that one in, and boom, instantly everything goes that way. Cool. And now the base has oxygen. Temporary solution. And I can set things back up. So, just need a nice temporary home for the printer. That's a good temporary home for the printer. You go there. Actually, go over here. Like, just sit there in the middle where I know I'm not going to be putting something. But in reach of the power cable, please. There we go. Awesome. And then grab all this. That's what I'm going to be using. Make that, and then, excuse me. Have enough to get that. I don't have the stuff to make silos yet, so I'm going to have to go with that for now. Rip. Rip what? My voice going away mid-sentence? Yeah. System Error needs to take a page from Coffee Stain Studio books and give us overclockable machinery. Everything takes too long to happen, and I would gladly pay to make it happen faster. Excuse you. There we go. Man, what's with my voice all of a sudden? Probably all the time I spent outside today, because it's kind of a beautiful day outside, so I just kind of let the dog run around in the backyard and chilled. Yeah, Astronium as an upgrade material, yeah, as long as it's a lot of it, like maybe you had to like refine it in some way, I don't know. Yeah, RNF, those explosions are great, aren't they, man? They're a lot of fun. So, connect that there, and then that's for my soil centrifuge. And then for now, that's all I need to worry about that direction. So now I just need to make stuff for power. Which I'm just a little bit shy on the resin that I need, but that's okay. Oh, I unplugged that and didn't plug it back in because I am so smart. Oh, I have enough resin, never mind. I don't have enough soil to get ceramic made. Don't want to dig into that mountain. I just got to remember that. Don't dig into that mountain at all. I'll show you a big crater here in a minute, man. I think I still have it. If not, I can grab the save file off the backup hard drive. You know, I miss the small wind turbine having a yellow outline instead of a blue. I kind of liked it. I liked it a lot better, and I still do. Like, I saw one of my older videos. I still think these just look better with the yellow outline instead of that blue outline around each of the, what are those called? Cups? I don't know what you'd really call that. Blades? Would they be blades? I don't think it'd be blades. I don't think that's the right word. Because the sun's going to come across that way, so... Veins? Maybe. I don't know. When it's that type of solar panel, I don't know what those are called. Maybe veins. Maybe. I don't know. Now I have to find out. And I will be going, you know, and looking that up right after this stream, because I have to know now. Because it's just how my brain works. It doesn't like letting questions go unanswered. I have another solar somewhere, yeah? Is that really the one and only solar I have? I did package that one up down there that I threw on the ground, right? Or did I not? Oh, I did. It's not down here. Wow. I could have sworn I found more than one solar. Thought I had like 2 or 3. May as well get all these while we're going by. So my next goal is to get shuttle unlocked and get off here, get a bunch of bites off of Glacio. I know, crutch, whatever. But I just need a bunch of bites to get the project kicked into gear here. Are you turned off? Yeah. Forgot that repackaging it would turn it back off. Boop. And there's the other ceramic. I'll take that one, and then here in a second we'll have our third. Yeah, that's... I knew there was another one. I knew it. Alright, hey, you. Go burn. Burn with me. Doctor Who fans? Yes, yes. I miss Tenet. I guess I am gonna need one more of these, aren't I? Yeah. Should have probably printed the thing. Oh, you've switched to Visanya for bite gathering, early, just to change the monotony of glacio bites. Yeah, but I kind of don't like Visanya. At all. Just a pain in the ass. What is used on Visanya to open? I know there's power, but what resource is on Visanya? Is it lithium? It's like all the graphite. Okay, well you find quite a bit of graphite up there, so I guess that's not too bad. Yeah, the pods. Because there's the power and then there's the resource. I don't like... This isn't lined up quite right for me here. I'll move that a bit more of a gap. I don't know why I care. This isn't like my normal type of base operations. Most of the stuff I'm going to be doing is going to be in a secondary base right at the foot of everything over there. I just didn't want this all too close to it. Just in case the explosion is a little more powerful than I expected. Oh yeah, I was going to show you a big crater. Do I have it on here? I don't. Let me see where it is. I've got a backup of it somewhere. Just gotta find it. God, where is it? Here? Maybe? Could have swore this is where I put them. Shit. Alright, let me go search on this here real quick. Trying to find where I did the 10,000 explosion. Grab a couple medium for a couple lithium for medium batteries. Titanite for at least the shuttle and then head home. Yeah. See, that's what I like about Glacio is that you can find the ammonium everywhere you need to go. And since you have to go there for early stuff anyway, it's kind of hard for me to not do it. Yeah, I guess I don't know where I've got my Astroneer backup, so it's really kind of bothers me. Like a lot, actually. And that drive always takes so long to initialize. Word of the wise, don't fill up an 8 terabyte external USB drive that's 3.0. They take forever to spin up. Update specials? Astro 10K. Do I have the save in here? I'd really like to show you this crater we did with 10,000. Thought this is where the save would be. I guess not. So, when all else fails, we will do this. And we'll open up a new tab. We'll go to my YouTube channel. And we'll search for the word 10, or the letters 10,000. We will open that video. We will pause it. Move it over to this monitor. Hide my bookmarks so you can't see all my porn links. I need to have a second browser. Minimize all that. Add a new source. Over here. Oh, I already have a display capture. Cool. Awesome. So, let's find out where in this video we show the crater. There's the explosion. We'll show the explosion too. Why not? This is 10,000. Oh, it would help if you unpause the video, Brendan. Oh, hold on. Let's go back. There we go. Right about there. It does freeze for a minute because it's just 10,000 hydrogen in there going off at once, and then the mountain just kind of vanishes. It just disappears. And this is from my friend's point of view. He was obviously much closer to it. And again, the delay is great. Because, boom, he just suddenly dies on that secondary explosion. And then we did it in slow motion for some dumb reason. I don't know why I did that. Let's get to where we can show off this crater here. Look at that still frame of it, though. Look at that. Let's see if the thing can actually get to it. Yeah, look at that. That's a still frame from the moment it exploded. It's nuts. It's crazy. 10,000 hydrogen do that. Why is the video buffering so bad? So, yeah, here we go. Here's the crater. We removed the top of a mountain and we made this hole with 10,000. Hey, Blaine. What's up? You can kind of see a couple beacons floating up in the air just for, you know, to show you where it had been. And then we built a ramp down so that you could go all the way down it and kind of look up out of it. It took us like 2 months to build the whole thing, just two of us. And for some time, it was just me because my friend Ray went out of the country for a couple weeks. That's all the way pretty much at the bottom point of it, looking back up, to just kind of give you a perspective of how deep everything was. And then I climbed up to the top of the mountain. And that's back when I rocked Orange Retro. Wow. How old is this video? Jeez. There we go. Here we are at the top of the mountain. And you can see, like, this is the edge that got removed from the explosion. Like right, I can't quite stand at the edge of the explosion because there's nothing to stand on. That just gives you just an idea how big of a force this was. Just kind of nuts. And then I blew up the base for some reason when I was done. I don't really remember why I blew up the base, but I did. I can show you footage of that, what it looks like after. Nothing really got destroyed. Just all the hydrogen and hydrazine blew up. Everything else is just fine. But yeah, that was my first foray into mountain removal. Now we're gonna get rid of that big boy right over there. Once the new canisters are here, he's gone. And it's gonna be so awesome. I can't wait. Is that what I want? Yeah, that's what I want. You just checked out the cosmetics store? There's some cool stuff in there. A little pricey, but there's some cool stuff. And I'm glad that Systemair has a way, you know, to get some support for themselves. Yes, I know, I just unplugged that from the base. Don't worry, have a plan. Cool. So then that can go there. You think there'll be stuff in the next update? I figured they would do it like kind of every other update. And rotate stuff in and out. Let me overclock, please. So freaking slow. Do it again. Thank you. Throw that there. You can see that summer theme stuff getting rid of that. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that makes sense. Oh, put one there. Well, I guess I didn't need both of them, but whatever. I'm prepared for later. Do that. And that, and then open them. Tell you what, I'm really, really tired because I thought that tooltip says converts wind energy into money for some reason. I'm like, what? My brain is just like, no, you read that wrong. Do that again. I didn't like any of the pallets, really. Like, none of them were like, oh, I have to have that. Not at all. And the one big ticket item I bought, I don't like. I don't like the frame suit. Unpopular opinion, I know, but I like it. I like the way it looks. I think it looks amazing. But I don't like its little heart face that it does just at random. I wish I could control the face. So I just don't want to randomly be telling, you know, people I love them with my frame suit. And the noise drives me insane. I'm just like, shut up, quit squeaking. It's just way too repetitive for me. Which was such a disappointment. All right, cool. You can just go live over here for now. I do like the commander suit a lot. I wouldn't mind getting it, but I'm not. I don't see myself paying for any more suits for a while. I really like the Wanderer suit. Like, I really, really do. I mean, I tend to be a person that, you know, for the longest time, I just walked around in retro all the time. Never changed. I was just happy to be with retro. And I didn't need anything else. So, I think I'll probably be happy with Wanderer for quite some time. Alright, we need to organize now. And that'll be the, you know, we'll get some stuff organized and then we'll be done for tonight. And the next time we play, we've got a good base to build from. But yeah, I do like the commander suit. It's cool. Can you do, you can't pan around, can you? Like, you can't see what it looks like from the back and the side and all that. But that one, it's kind of cool. And I like the speed suit. I think it looks all right. Maybe not with that particular palette. But I think it looks fine. But none of the palettes do anything for me at all. I guess if you're into sparkly like that, it's fine. That one's not bad out of them all. That's not too bad. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like... I actively dislike those. This one's okay. This one's okay. I like Cyberstate a lot. QP Midnight, I guess if you want to go work for IKEA. Coolant, Hazmat, yeah, it just looks like yellow stuff. Avalanche is a little too close to the one we got for the Vintage Red. It's a little too close to that, in my opinion. And since I have this one, why would I want that one? You know, it just, I don't know, not different enough. It looks nice in dark caves. Suppose. The hats don't do anything for me. None of those hats are like, ooh, gotta have that. Same with the masks. I'm all just like, whatever. The visors, I do like a lot of the visors, but I don't really see the point in getting them. And then I got the emotes I was interested in. I wouldn't mind having the chest bump and the selfie. Those are the only two things I would buy right now. Housebound and Wanderlust be praying for the movie? Really? Heavy Oranges Dave? Yeah. But anyway. I'd really... I know they probably won't, but I'd really like to see some stats on what they've sold and what's been most popular and what's been least popular and all that. I think it'd be kind of cool just to find out what the community is doing. There's the extra tractor I printed. We're just gonna like put that over there and pretend it never happened. We'll put the packagers on the tractor for now. We're just in cleanup mode now. We got 7 minutes left in the stream. I'm not gonna go try to start anything big. Who's streaming tonight, by the way, guys? Who are we gonna raid in 7 minutes? I haven't even looked. Alright, I need to spin up a bit more resin. Let's put that there. Can vehicles be ballooned? Yeah, they can be blown up. Vehicles can indeed be blown up. I need to put PAL back on. I thought I did. Must have not clicked it. There we go. Yeah, you can blow vehicles up. I have found with shuttles, sometimes it takes twice. I don't know why. Not always. But I have had a couple shuttles that are just like, the first explosion doesn't do anything except remove the soil under them and they fall over. And then the second explosion blows it up. It's not consistent though. So I don't know if it has something to do with where you place the dynamite. Drill and a boost mod would really come in handy. Alright, resin. So I can get all this stuff better organized. Should I go ahead and make a storage platform for all these? For my resources? Nah. I'll just let them sit on the ground for now. They're fairly organized as they are. I'm just gonna like put them over here. Sideways so I can see what's on each side. The one with graphite just needs to go back on the tractor because, let's face it, that's what graphite's for at this point in the game. Generator, go away. Oh, small printer, what are you doing? Just kind of hiding over there, friend. You can go live there with that guy because we don't need the large printer yet. Yeah, tractors, rovers, they all blow up. They all blow up just fine. We have a big crater. I do wish there was a way that we could blow things up without leaving a big crater. I know that's kind of silly to ask, but it makes me tend to go like far away from my base if I need to blow something up just to shred it. And my shredder's at my base. There's that. Your trash, basically. Hate to call it generator trash, but in your extra, in case anybody else joins. Excuse me, there's my voice again. May as well just go ahead and get the rover or the tractor re-equipped. Yeah, exactly. I just don't like that they leave big holes. And now it's going to bother me that this and this are on its own thing. It's going to be organized. So I need one more for that. And then 2 for the smelter. So that's all my resin right there. And then we'll be done. Man, just freaking losing my voice. Sorry, I know you don't tune in to hear somebody constantly clear their throat. Such a lovely sound, I'm sure. Who is streaming tonight? SDK still going strong. He's been streaming since like early this afternoon, hasn't he? Did he start like 8 hours ago or something? I don't know. I don't have anybody other than SDK that I follow that is playing Astroneer tonight. Who do you guys know that are playing Astroneer tonight? Or even not Astroneer and just a really cool community that I should check out. I always like to meet new people on Twitch. Okay, so in 4 hours, we started over there, moved over here, and we have all that. And I did a lot of exploration, and I spent a lot of time showing off stuff in another save, so really more like 3 hours of actual gameplay in this save. So I'd say this isn't bad for 3 hours. I think it works. Let's go see who is in the Astroneer category. See if I recognize any of these names. If the answer is I don't. Oh, excuse me. You could rate it fellow Brandon. I am Brandon Games. What a great channel name. Let's see if this person's actually speaking. They have a face cam, so chances are they are. Nope. Not saying a word. Just sitting there just staring at the screen. So, sorry, not doing that. I guess we'll just go say hi to SDK then. I think that'll work. Hopefully he's not wrapping up as well as we raid him. But if he is, well then his raid will, go wherever else. Well, did he go offline? Oh, he's still on. Cool. So I'll be back online Thursday night, 7 p.m. Central Time. In the meantime, don't forget, come hang out with me on YouTube. Have a channel update video coming out tomorrow. Follow me on Twitter to get announcements for all the cool fun stuff, as well as listen to me rant about stupid things. And then please join our Vainglorious Discord server. We would love to have you there. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. Go say hi to SDK and give him some love. Bye, everybody.